Arlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studios, powering possibilities. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Now, Andrew Salchunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Monday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salchunas, the midday show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Hope you all had a wonderful weekend. I hope you all had a safe and enjoyable Super Bowl Sunday. What a game. I know a lot of people were tweeting out how boring it was and how it was rivaling the Rams and Patriots Super Bowl from a couple of years ago. But that second half was tremendous, and Patrick Mahomes just does it again. Andy Reid just does it again. This is why that they are in a class of their own. We need to stop trying to compare them. They're the best. And that's why they've won 3 Super Bowls. I saw some ridiculously dumb conversation that was being had on one of the ESPN shows this morning. Have they reached dynasty territory? Yes. They are a dynasty. There's no question about it. Even if they didn't win last night, I would have claimed that they were a dynasty. They won 2 Super Bowls and have been to multiple over the course of 5-6 seasons. Well, now that they won that yesterday, there's not even a debate that they are a dynasty, and they're the best team in football. And the San Francisco 49ers, and I'll be petty all day today, the San Francisco 49ers choked away that one, and I will celebrate that. Ray texted me last night. A couple people tweeted at me last night that we will not be hearing from our man Omar from San Francisco today. He's going to keep his mouth shut, and he's going to climb under a rock like he usually does, right? The San Francisco 49ers lost. I loved every second of it. This is why I was rooting for the Chiefs. This is why I wanted the Chiefs to win. This wasn't a I hope both teams have fun kind of game for me. This wasn't a I hope both teams lose kind of game for me. No, I wanted the Kansas City Chiefs to put their foot on the throats of the San Francisco 49ers. So all that whining, all that bitching, all that moaning, all those excuses, all that complaining could just go and die. And that's exactly what happened last night. So I thank the Chiefs for coming from behind and winning that football game. But here's what we got to do today, because we all watched. I know a couple of people out there told us on Friday that they were going to do whatever they can to not watch. All right, congratulations if you stuck to your morals, right? I'm pretty sure we all watched that game last night. It's the Super Bowl. It's the thing to do. It's America, damn it. So you watch those two teams play, and you have to start comparing the Eagles, right? I say you can't compare players and coaches to Jalen Hurts and Andy Reid, but I'm saying in terms of roster construction, the conversation today is going to be how close or how far off the Eagles are from the San Francisco 49ers and the Kansas City Chiefs. The San Francisco 49ers you might pay closer attention to because they're the number 1 team in the NFC. They're the team that had home field advantage. They're the team that had the bye week. They're the team that surpassed you when you were at 1.10-1 this season. And they're probably going to be back in it again next year, in the running at least. They have a very talented football team. I make no bones about it. That team is extremely talented in San Francisco. And who knows, if Greenlaw doesn't have the unfortunate injury just running onto the field, maybe they do end up winning. He's one of their better defenders. So San Francisco is going to be there again next year. Kansas City has won it 3 times. If you want to compare yourself or try to figure out how close or how far you are from the Super Bowl team, there's no better team to do it than Kansas City because they've done it 3 times now. So how far off are the Eagles from these two teams? We'll dive into that today at 610-632-0975. But the other question that I have for you, and this is more so specifically for the Eagles, focusing on the Eagles, not comparing them to Kansas City, not comparing them to San Francisco, not comparing them to Dallas or any of the teams in the NFC East. We had a pretty big news drop over the weekend that the Philadelphia Eagles are allowing Hassan Reddick to seek for a trade. Now, if you remember, back in training camp, there was a question asked of Hassan Reddick whether or not he was going to be looking for more money this offseason, right? After camp, after the season plays out, this offseason that we're in now. And, of course, this turned into the big bag media. Like, how dare they put that in Hassan Reddick's brain? That was in Hassan Reddick's brain. I will bet you money out of my pocket that somebody may have gotten to the ear of a reporter that may have been Hassan Reddick's agent and said, hey, just so you know, next offseason, we're going to probably want to get Hassan some more money. If you want to hear that from him, why don't you ask the question? That stuff is done, right? Like, We talk about back channeling. The Eagles were back channeling with Bill Belichick. Agents back channel with reporters to ask questions specifically for players to get on the record, right? So Hassan Reddick, we already knew, was probably going to seek more money. Hassan Reddick is one of the better pass rushers in the NFL. It's unfortunate what happened the second half of the season. The whole team was just in a downward spiral, and Hassan Reddick didn't help, right? He did not help the Eagles. I'm not going to sit here and say because of his second half, yeah, good riddance. No, I want that man back. And I know people are comparing it to the Darius Slay situation. I saw a couple people tweet at me, when I complained about Hassan Reddick on social media, the situation at hand. Some people reminded me, well, this is exactly what happened with Darius Slay. It's different, man. This guy's in his prime. This guy's going to get big money on the market. Darius Slay was not going to get big money. It worked out in the Eagles' favor where he was available and then came back on a new deal, a team-friendly deal. Hassan Reddick is going to get paid this offseason. I do not expect Hassan Reddick to come back. I'm not going to look at what happened in the past that benefited the Eagles to happen again. I'm in the understanding right now that Hassan Reddick will no longer be with the Philadelphia Eagles. And according to the reports, the Eagles are only going to make a move that makes sense to them, okay? But when a guy is on his way out, sometimes the move doesn't go exactly the way you want it to. So here's the deal. Hassan Reddick is on his way out. Fletcher Cox might retire or might go to another team. I heard the John Kincaid show talk about how he was on a podcast with Cam Hayward and said he would like to play for the Steelers. So that's two starters that are on their way out. James Bradbury, I think we're all expecting to be released at some point. With Sidney Brown injured, you need another starting safety. You guys know my thoughts on Reed Blankenship, but there might be too many moves that they have to make this offseason that he might be a starter again next season. So 4 players already off the bat in a matter of seconds that I just told you about. You know you have to replace Zach Cunningham. That's 5. They might believe in Nakobe Dean, but I wonder if they bring in some competition. There are 6, maybe 7 spots on defense where they need to replace a starter. Now, I know what everybody's original thought is. Well, duh, Andrew, the defense sucked last year. Of course they're going to replace the starters. That's no easy task. 6 or 7? That's a lot of players that they have to replace. And, oh, by the way, we haven't even talked about the offense, right? You're going to have a new starting running back because it can't be Kenneth Gainwell, and it's probably not going to be DeAndre Swift. If Jason Kelce retires, Cam Jurgens is going to center. You have to figure out who you're going to have at right guard. But I'm focusing specifically on the defense here. You might have 6 or 7 guys that you need to replace on the field to start games. My question is for you at 610-632-0975. What should Howie Roseman do with the defense this offseason? More so, what do you want Howie Roseman to do with the defense this offseason? Do you want Howie Roseman to go into this all out, balls to the wall? Obviously, you're going to draft 1 or 2 guys that you hope can start right away for you. But do you want him to be a big spender defensively? Because this is what you have to keep in mind, right? The Eagles still have a championship caliber offense when it is run accordingly. They just put in a lot to this coaching staff. They went out and hired their top guys without really doing extensive interviews. Once Vic Fangio became available, he was the defensive coordinator. Once Kellen Moore became available, he was the offensive coordinator. They didn't run through a slew of interviews. So they got their guys. They got their OC. They got their DC. They have their franchise quarterback who they're paying $250 million to. They have a wide receiver that's getting over $100 million and another wide receiver that's going to get paid soon. They have a top tight end that's getting paid a lot of money. The offensive line still has a lot of money being thrown their way. There's a lot of money put into that offense. But you know that they can't go back into another season with the defense that you saw last year. So you still have a championship caliber offense. They put a lot into the coaching staff. But this isn't just a piece or two away defensively from being a Super Bowl team, in my opinion. This needs to be a major offseason for Howie Roseman. The problem is, we've seen them do this before. And it got them to the Super Bowl back in 2017 and 18, and they won. It got them back to another Super Bowl back in Super Bowl 57, 2 Super Bowls ago now. But you saw what happened afterward. You saw how that Eagles' new norm became nothing new. It was the same team that we were accustomed to, coming up small and heartbreak. The Eagles got to the Super Bowl last year. We fully expected them to get back this year, and they had a historic collapse, something we hadn't seen in 40 years when the New York Jets did it back in the late 80s. Do you want Howie Roseman to go into this offseason trying to keep the championship window open, or do you want him to be patient? Kind of what Kansas City did. Kansas City this year has a lot of second and third year players on defense. Now, they were back in the Super Bowl for a second straight year. I get that. But they have a lot of young players on defense who they let grow. It wasn't free agents on 1 and 2 year deals. It wasn't top market free agents. They didn't allocate much money into the defense except for Jones. It was a turnover of youth, a youth movement. Should the Eagles do that youth movement on defense this offseason with the draft? Maybe you make a move for a couple of guys that are still on their rookie contract like you did with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson 2 years ago? Or do you want them to be big spenders? Make splashy trades, splashy signings with the mindset that you could go back into a demise 2 years from now? Or do you want them to kind of build it traditionally through the draft? Love to hear your thoughts on that, because that's kind of what the Sixers' mindset was this year. You have a star in Joel Embiid. Forget the injury for a second. You have a star in Joel Embiid. And you went into this season without trying to make the big, flashy move. You wanted to acquire assets and draft capital, build a team around Joel Embiid, knowing that the next offseason you'd have a lot of money, a lot of available cap space. You're going to have a max slot open once Tobias Harris's contract is up. That's kind of what the Sixers' plan was going into this season, knowing that they have an all-time great in the middle of his prime. The Eagles know going into this offseason that they still have a great offense if it's run accordingly. But should they be patient defensively and not go all in? Honestly, that might be the route. Because this whole grabbing free agents and trying for 1 year is great and all, but if you don't win like they didn't win the Super Bowl 2 years ago, now you're back into another turmoil. So where are the Eagles and compared to the Chiefs and 49ers is question one. Question two, how do you want Howie Roseman to attack this offseason when it comes to the defense? It might need to be a slower build. And I don't know if you're ready for that. 610-632-0975. Daryl Morey was on with the morning show earlier today. We'll play some of those clips as the show goes on. We'll actually re-air the whole thing at 12:30. But I got some reaction to what Morey had to say less than an hour ago on the John Kincaid Show. I'll get to that next, as well as Ray's thoughts, your calls. And like I said, I'm going to be petty today. You just wait. I'm Andrew Salchunas, the Midday Show right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
I'm not waiting to be petty. San Francisco failed. I'm Ray Dunn, and this update is brought to you by Discover. Introducing Discover Cashback Debit, a game-changing checking account with cashback. Eligibility and terms at discover.com/cashback debit. Discover Bank, member FDIC. The 49ers led by as much as 10 points in the first half and then ended up losing in overtime to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, 25-22. It's got to be a brutal morning at 7 o'clock Pacific time right now as San Francisco wakes up with the failure of last night, given the opportunity to make good on all the trash talk.
They got Vic Fangio. That might be the best thing for the Eagles. But I also know that a lot of you don't want to hear that because a lot of you see what the Eagles have offensively still and believe that the championship window is open, as it is. I believe that too. But I don't know if they can go all out and go, dream team scenario defensively. So that's what we got on the Eagles. You can climb in at 610-632-0975. Sixers, Daryl Morey was on with the John Kincaid Show earlier today. We're going to replay that coming your way at 12:30. But a couple of things that I did take away from it. Bob, I appreciate the question that he asked and how he asked it, how they went into the trade deadline, whether it was with the belief that Joel Embiid would be back or the hope that Joel Embiid would be back. And Daryl Morey held no punches. He said the hope. He was not telling you that we believe Joel Embiid will be back in March. We believe that Joel will be back with 2 weeks left before the season starts to ramp up for the playoffs. They went into the trade deadline with the hope that Joel Embiid would be back. Now, if you remember last week, I wanted the Sixers to go in to the trade deadline, making moves, hope or belief, whatever you want to call it, but with the understanding that Joel Embiid will come back, whether he comes back or not. I want them I don't want even that in the back of their mind. Go into the trade deadline believing that Joel Embiid will be back. And it seems like they did that. Very interesting that he said the Buddy Hield deal almost didn't happen. So if you remember Wednesday night, there was a report that the Sixers were in on Buddy Hield. Then a couple hours went by, and Keith Pompey said that those talks seemed to be dead. And then the trade happens the next day, and Daryl Morey admits to us this morning that trade almost was dead. Indiana actually called back and asked if they were still interested. And clearly it's worked so far for the Sixers. Buddy Hield playing some good basketball in a Sixers uniform, which is great. He got into a conversation that I really appreciated about not worrying about past mistakes, whether it was his past mistakes or the Sixers organization as a past mistake, because clearly he's been hearing about the Jaden Springer trade to Boston because we've seen moves with Boston not work out for the Sixers in the past. He goes, look, I can't work off of what has worked and what hasn't worked in the past, right? This is what I believe was best for the team at the time. We don't think that Jaden Springer's close. He said that during his press conference. We think that this second-round pick, based off of the team that we have now, is more valuable to us than Jaden Springer. So I appreciated the honesty out of Morey with the John Kincaid Show earlier today. He's really happy with what he's seen out of Buddy Hield so far. He keeps on telling us about the buyout market and a player that will be announced soon. I know it has gone all over social media that Kyle Lowry's coming to Philadelphia. It's not official yet, so that's why he was probably saying it the way that he was saying it, that we hope to announce something soon. But I thought the interview with Daryl Morey was great. Would still love to get more of your reaction to what the Sixers did last week going into the trade deadline and how you feel now that a weekend has gone by, because I think one of the things that's you really need to understand, and Morey made this point during his press conference, they made the best trade at the deadline. Buddy Hield was the best player moved at the deadline. At the deadline, not Siakam, right? That happened a while ago. OG Anunoby a while ago. As much as I wanted Bojan Bogdanovic, Buddy Hield is a better player. And, I think when the trade deadline came to an end, a lot of people were upset that they didn't get a bigger move, but they got one of the bigger moves at the deadline. So would love to hear your reaction to that. If you heard the Morey interview, feel free to call in 610-632-0975. Now we will play that again for you coming up at 12:30. Let's go to the phones, and then I'm going to get Ray's thoughts on everything from yesterday and the conversations that we have right now about the Eagles. Let's go to Tino in South Philly. What's up, Tino?
What's up, Tunis? How you doing?
How you doing, brother?
All right. Listen, I got to make you laugh real quick. How do you think Jadavion Hargrave feels today?
Hargrave?
Hargrave.
I'm sure he's thrilled.
And then he's thrilled, right? I love it.
That guy's dead to me. I'm sorry. I like him. I had no problem with him signing with the San Francisco 49ers. It's just the nonsense that he spewed after he signed, saying that if Brock Purdy was healthy, they would have won the NFC Championship against the team that he was a part of. That's gross to me.
Now you lost in a bad way.
Yeah, he's a turncoat. He's a turncoat. He's dead to me.
Howie's situation, I think Howie should do it the way you're talking about. He should do it with draft picks and sprinkle a little bit here and there. I think we should be patient and see how it turns out, because I think that's the way.
But can we be patient? Is another question that we're gonna get into.
We're from Philly. We're never patient.
Well, exactly. So if Howie Roseman does that, like Fire Howie's going to be trending next week.
Of course. I just don't think if he does it the way he's been doing it, like you said, in 2 years, it's worth nothing again.
Right, and if you win a Super Bowl, and thanks for the call, Tino, I appreciate it. If you win a Super Bowl, who cares? Right? Like, there was the nonsense that I don't want the Eagles to get a good coordinator because they might win a Super Bowl and then they're going to leave again. Well, you won a Super Bowl. Like, you play to win the game. Like that's what this is. That's what this is all about. Is winning a Super Bowl.
Play to win the game.
So like I don't care. Right? You win a Super Bowl, then hire Ray as OC. I don't care. Like that's great. That's what the point of this is.
Yeah.
That's what the point of this whole thing is. But if you don't win, like you didn't win 2 years ago, and then you go from 10-1 to 11-6, and now we're talking about another turnover defensively. Then you start getting a little worried about what the strategy has been. So it's not just what we think Howie Roseman should do. It's what you want Howie Roseman to do. Because I don't think a lot of you listening right now are ready to be patient. I don't think a lot of you listening right now are willing to give Howie Roseman 2 years to fix the defense. I think that's what we should do because we have seen it the other way. Yeah, they won a Super Bowl a couple years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago. That's great. But if you don't win, like, are you talking about the great off seasons anymore? Nobody talks about the great off season. Ever since the Eagles lost the Super Bowl and what transpired this past year, nobody's pointing out the great off season Howie Roseman had in 2022, leading up to the 22 season. Nobody's talking about that. It's just how the defense is a mess and how that's Howie's fault, right? So Howie Roseman, to me, should probably take a longer viewed approach when it comes to the defense. I know the window might be open right now, but 6, maybe 7 new starters on defense, that's going to be hard to replace in one offseason. And I'll take you back to year one of Jalen Hurts as the starting quarterback. I remember telling people that I thought the Eagles would go 6-10 that season. It was before they made the jump to the extra game, I think. So I thought they were going to go 6-10. And I remember getting called all kinds of things, including, I still remember a guy, forget his name, a guy questioning whether or not I was actually an Eagles fan because I thought the Eagles were going to go 6-10. And I remember being upset, like, really? Like, I'm sorry. Like, if I said 10-6, I'm an Eagles fan, but if I'm saying 6-10, I'm not an Eagles fan. Like, that's just weird to me. And that's the way it was trending. What, the Eagles were 2-5? It was before they made the switch from Nick Sirianni to Shane Steichen calling plays. It was trending in that way. And I still, to this day, believe the Eagles should not have made the playoffs that year. They benefited from teams being COVID-ridden, teams being injured, and that's how they got to the playoffs. And good for them. They beat the teams in front of them. But let's face it, like, we talk about the Lakers winning the Mickey Mouse World Championship, the Dodgers winning the Mickey Mouse World Series. The Eagles should have made the playoffs that year, but they did because they stayed healthy and didn't have the pandemic destroy their roster, right? But I remember doing that conversation saying that they would go 6-10, and all the pushback I got, I realized something. We're not used to bad seasons. We're not used to down years. Unless we know that, all right, it's a rookie quarterback, rookie head coach, right? Oh, all right, Chip Kelly just got fired, so we're expecting next year to not be so great. Year one of Andy, year one of Donovan, right? Like, you expect that kind of stuff. But because the offense is so good right now, I don't think a lot of you are open to a kick the can down the road season. I never want that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not wanting that. But that might be what the Eagles need to do. A longer viewed approach when it comes to the defense. Can we handle that, Ray? Good morning.
No, we cannot handle that.
Can you handle it?
No, I can't handle that. This long view idea, this like, let's build it, let's make it happen, assumes quite a few things. Assumes, one, that they're going to be able to draft correctly.
Right, and I understand that.
And one of the big things that's been, and I want to give the reporter credit, I remember if this was an E.J. Smith story, but someone made the point this week of, hey, yeah, they haven't, these two teams, or really specifically the 49ers looking at what they've invested at the linebacker position, part of it is that they've hit on the linebacker position. The Chiefs have hit on the linebacker position. It's been, third, fifth round picks that actually turn into something. Well,
right.
Your third round picks for linebackers over the last couple of years, Davion Taylor and Nakobe Dean.
Yeah.
And if you hit on those picks, maybe we're talking about that a little bit differently. But
Davion
also,
Taylor on the roster?
I don't think
No,
so.
he's a free agent. Yeah, he's not. Yeah. Maybe drafting a guy who never played football until college was not the best idea.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think retrospect, yeah. I mean, even in the moment, that seemed like a little bit of a question.
Yeah.
But, hey, woohoo, we all signed up for a good project and a good story, I guess. But when it comes to this defense, look back at 2021. Remember going from 2021 to 2022. The idea that, that defense could stop any good quarterback. The stretch you mentioned, down the stretch, they played no real quarterback.
Yeah.
And they end up getting themselves into the postseason. They were able to shape that defense pretty quickly into something that became. The safety unit that started last season, where I guess now 2 seasons ago, 2022, was not the safety group that you had
That's true.
in 2021. Linebacker core. I think we were still talking about Alex Singleton back in 2021. That changed itself a little bit.
I had a guy. Can I tell you a story?
Yeah, absolutely.
I had a guy, I think it was Quaz, call in and said Alex Singleton reminds him of Patrick Queen.
Oh.
And that's when I threw up in my mouth and said, okay, I'm as big of an Eagles fan as the next guy. Come on, man. Sometimes we just got to take off the goggles, man. Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. But look, that defense, think about it. Bradbury falls into your lap. You're able to make the trade for C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And again, he bats close to 1,000 that season.
Yes.
And that's part of the reason why everything goes. But that's the swings you got to be taking right now with the roster you have offensively. This offensive roster is not going to, stay here all happy with one another forever.
No, it's not.
You have your tight end who's a top 5 tight end in his prime. You got 2 incredible number 1 caliber receivers on either side. One who's going to be due for an extension. You got a quarterback that still the cap hit is lower than what it will be in upcoming years. You still have Lane Johnson on your offensive line. We'll see what happens with the center position, but you look at the rest of that offensive line, still got Mailata, still going to have Dickerson. Again, you have to figure some parts out there.
Well, look, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they're not going to make the playoffs next year. They're going to make the playoffs. This offense alone is going to win them enough games to get to the playoffs. You saw, the Packers were the final wild card team with how many wins they end up finishing with? Nine. Yeah, the Eagles are going to win 10 games next year. I think bottom line, they're going to win 10 games. It might not be a 10-1 start and then finishing 11-6. I think they'll win 10 games next year. They're going to do enough defensively to still be competitive. I just don't know if Howie Roseman should do that same swing for the fences offseason that he has been doing.
I think he absolutely should. I think with this core right now, you have to swing for the fences.
All right, can you put up a poll on that? Because I would love to see what people think. Should Howie Roseman swing for the fences again this offseason? The offense is set. Barring any A.J. Brown demands a trade, the offense is set, right? You need to add a running back. Obviously, you have to add pieces, right? You have to add a third wide receiver. You have to add a running back. You might want to add another tight end to depth. But in terms of the starting 11, for the most part, it's set in stone. You're going to have to replace right guard if Juergens moves to center. And if Jason Kelce comes back, then you're all good. But when it comes to the defense we know already going into the season needs overhaul. But should it be a youth movement where they let this grow for a year or two? Or should Howie Roseman swing for the fences again? Swinging for the fences got you to 2 Super Bowls, won you one of them. That's awesome. But you saw what happened afterward. After winning, that's fine. After losing, and all the talk of getting back the next year, clearly that didn't happen. What should Howie Roseman do this offseason? What do you want him to do? 610-632-0975. We'll continue to react to the Super Bowl from yesterday. A big event, the Super Bowl. I have a question when it comes to that. I don't know if it's, you could probably see the same tweets every single year. But a lot was talked about during the Super Bowl yesterday and just how big it's become. Has it become too big for you? We'll talk about that next right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Sports Update.
Chiefs go back-to-back. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today. Andy Reid, the Chiefs beat the 49ers 25-22 in overtime in the Super Bowl. The Chiefs win their second consecutive title and third in the last 5 seasons. All 3 of those titles featured a 10-point deficit in the Super Bowl as the Chiefs once again came from behind to beat the 49ers. The 49ers had taken the lead in overtime with a field goal to start, but Patrick Mahomes found Mecole Hardman in the end zone for the game-winning touchdown as Mahomes threw for 333 yards and 2 touchdowns. Travis Kelce had 9 catches and 93 yards in the win. The 49ers now ringless since 1994. Elsewhere in the NFL, well, some Eagles news report on Super Bowl Sunday that edge rusher Hassan Reddick has been given permission to seek a trade as he enters the last year of his contract. Highly productive edge rusher for your Philadelphia Eagles. Now look at the 76ers. Well, they played the Ricky Council game over the weekend. The two-way wing put up 19 points.
Fanatic.com. Andrew Salchunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It's 10:50, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas, the Midday Show. Hope you all are recovering from Super Bowl Sunday. I'm sure a lot of you, went out there, had a good time. Ray was out and about at a buddy's house. What was the menu?
Oh, man, my buddy did a great job.
Oh, okay.
Made
good.
wings for us.
Nice. I had the wings yesterday.
Strong,
yeah.
homemade wings. Made a nice dip for us with all the chips.
Good.
There was a little veggie tray that someone brought, which was very nice.
You always need it.
I didn't indulge, but some people did.
It's a staple.
There was a fruit bowl going as well, so some healthy people apparently I'm friends with.
Yeah, I don't need that.
Yeah, no, I didn't need that. It was wings.
Fruit bowl at a Super Bowl party?
Yeah, I mean, it was probably someone that was just showing up that wanted to bring something nice.
Fruit bowl?
Yeah,
You're better bringing a bag of Doritos for two reasons. One, those fruit bowls are extremely expensive because they're pre-cut. I imagine, was it a pre-cut one from the local grocery store? And the Doritos will actually go.
The fruit bowl did go. So I don't know who was.
Your generation.
Listen, I don't know who's eating. I also don't know who's trying to be healthy. The nachos also. Forgot the nachos.
Nachos is big.
So that was a big solid. He did a great job. I don't know who brought the veggie tray, who brought the fruit bowl, but as for the things that he cooked, I was very happy to be there.
Okay, well, that's good. I'm glad he had a good time. So we'll get back to this Eagles conversation that we have going on in a second and more reaction to what Daryl Morey had to say on the John Kincaid show this morning. Again, we will replay that interview later on this show at 12:30. But, Ray, one of the big things on social media last night was that the Super Bowl has become too much for people. So it was the longest halftime show. I'm not sure if it's 100% accurate, but people were saying it was the longest halftime show. Halftime show was tremendous, by the way. It was great. Not as good as the Eminem and Dre and Snoop, but it was up there. It was a very good halftime show. Great guest, Luda. I love Ludacris. That's awesome. So halftime show was long being set up. So I had Cooper was up until halftime. That's when we started bedtime, right? I actually went back and watched the halftime show in its entirety this morning. And by the time we did the bath and everything, I did the whole, I'm going to run downstairs to get something for Cooper. I just wanted to go see what the deal was, right? So I sneaked downstairs. Hadn't even started yet. Like, it was the longest build-up to the halftime show itself. I saw somebody tweet out, might have been Mike Florio, that, they had the countdown clock. It started at 29 minutes, and it had been like 15 minutes before the countdown clock even started. So not just the show itself, the entire halftime seemed longer than normal. I think a lot of it had to do with the Taylor Swift thing, that people were saying it was a lot. To me, it was just another game again. Like, unless you're there, I get it. The festivities are crazy, but when you're watching from your house, did it feel like any different Super Bowl to you?
I will say the halftime, I was like, all right, let's get this panel.
Yeah, it was long. It was very long.
But
not just the show itself. It took forever to get the stage set up.
Right, but to me, I was like, while I'm sitting there, like, all right, let's get done with this panel. It's really just me sitting there, like, okay, was this going to be 5 more minutes hanging out here? Like, honestly, I made my decision to watch Super Bowl somewhere that was not my home, and I knew I was there to the completion of the game. If you accept that and accept where you're at and accept this is the Super Bowl, it's the biggest event going on right now.
Right.
Like, just, I don't know. I do feel like we try and find anything to complain about when it comes to this league. There's plenty of things to complain about with the NFL. I don't think the duration of this Super Bowl or the fact that the Super Bowl is too big.
Too big. I mean, that was the big thing. Like, and look, they know what it is all about. They know that they are the number one thing that a billion eyes are watching, right? So they're going to make it big, right? I didn't think it was any different, but I saw a lot of people complaining on social media. People complain about the commercials, how it's just not the same as they used to be. I had no beefs. It was, again, I'm not watching for the commercials. I'm watching for the game because, I'm a football guy. But everything else that was there, I had really no problem except for the length of halftime. Other than that, it was a normal game.
Yeah, I think halftime felt longer, and this could be just me theorizing here, hypothesizing for you. Halftime felt longer because that first half felt very long. You were waiting for that big moment of the first half, and you had the Jennings play, And outside of that, it was, Jennings throwing to McCaffrey a touchdown. Like, oh, that's pretty cool. I didn't appreciate it in the moment, mostly because I did not appreciate the team doing it.
You didn't want the Niners to win,
So,
right?
yeah, it felt like a long first half for a lot of people because it wasn't the most exciting or sexiest brand of football. And,
But it was good football, Ray. Defense.
Defense was bad.
And 3 yards and a cloud of dust,
That's
man.
what I found out. I found out yesterday that as much as we could talk about wanting good defense, I don't care. I was sitting there like, you know what? I am the casual. I am the person that's built for entertainment.
You want 48 to 45.
I
you
was
want
looking,
41 to 33.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those two Super Bowls rocked in terms of what they did. Like, the fact the Eagles were in two of the highest scoring Super Bowls ever, that was
38
fun.
to 35, yeah.
I'm not, unless it's my team in the Super Bowl, I'm not rooting for stops in the Super Bowl. The only time I was rooting for a stop was the first possession of overtime.
Right.
Because, again, last night was a big narrative day.
Which, by the way, dude, I don't know if this is a Shanahan fault, but the players on the 49ers had no idea about the new rule that both teams get a possession even if you score a touchdown.
I'm embarrassed.
They had no idea. And again, you play the Donovan McNabb clip because he didn't know that games could end in a tie when they tie with the Bengals. It was the Bengals or Browns, one of the two teams. And so now you see this unfold, and there's players after the game talking about how they didn't know the rule. Now, the point of the Niners taking the ball first, a lot of people think it's because of the long drive that Kansas City had at the end of regulation, and maybe they needed to give their defense a breather because they thought if we put them out there to start overtime, they're going to go right downfield and score a touchdown. Now we need to score a touchdown in order to keep this game alive. That's what a lot of people were saying, but man, the players not knowing, that's a bad look for a guy who's known to choke a lot in Shanahan. I will be petty today. I am so happy that team lost. I am so happy to see all the videos of the morons breaking their TVs because I still don't understand that tradition, the breaking of the TV after your team loses. I really don't get it. I've been as angry as the next guy after a team has lost one of our teams, but breaking the TV I think is just completely ludicrous and stupid and dumb, and if you do it, I question why you're doing that. But it's great seeing the 49ers fans just completely go off and break their TVs and get in fights. It's tremendous. I will drink their tears today. Like I'm all for it. Just amazing. Like if that happened and we had players in Philadelphia talk about, we still hold Donovan McNabb to fault for the overtime thing, right? Man, if players were coming out after the Super Bowl talking about how they didn't know the rules about how overtime worked in the Super Bowl this year, man, will we not be handling that okay? So I love that that's what's going on in San Francisco. Let's go back to the phones. The number to climb in is 610-632-0975. On top of the Eagles conversation, has the Super Bowl gotten too big? Because that's what I saw all over social media last night. I don't care. I'm watching the game. There's stuff that goes into the Super Bowl. I know what to expect. I know that they're going to show celebrities every chance they can, right? Like, I know that. I know that there's going to be more time during commercials and during in-between plays. I know that halftime's going to be bigger. I know that they're making it an event and not just the game itself. I know that. So I don't have a problem with it. But I know a lot of people that do. Would love to hear your thoughts on it. Let's go to the phone. Let's go to Heavy in Huntington Valley. What's up, Hev?
Yo, bro, what's good?
Hello.
Watching that game last night, I don't think there's any question that the Kansas City Chiefs defense, they held them in that game last night. The Niners had just opportunity after opportunity to stretch that into an insurmountable lead, and they didn't. And they got it all the way down to the 9-yard line in overtime and couldn't score a touchdown. And if you're looking at the Eagles Super Bowl last year, all they had to do was stop one of those 3 touchdowns in the second half, and they would have won that game. And for as much better as that Eagles defense was last year compared to this year, and now going into next season, I think it's going to be very tough to get this defense into a
Well, so the
somewhat
question is, do you want them to take the longer approach, the patient approach?
Well,
because it's the double-edged sword, right? Because we know that the drafting history hasn't been all that great, but we also know that paying big top dollar and making all these big moves, it might be great for a year, but if it doesn't work out, now you're once again in a hole.
I would like to see them make at least maybe 2 moves on the defensive side.
Yeah, and I think that they will, man. I think that they will, and I appreciate the call. Like I think they'll make a trade, and I think they'll probably sign somebody. Maurice checks in with 2 splashy signings of Josh Allen and Christian Wilkins, and Josh Allen, the edge rusher with the Jaguars, not the quarterback. And Travis Sertain serve you right. And then Isaiah Rodgers will be your nickel. Trot Jr. Oh, we love it. Trot Jr. at linebacker. Isaiah Simmons outside linebacker. Then you bring back the vets of Cox, Kelsey, Reddick, Bradbury, and Maddox. Oh, you have the cap space from those guys. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, you bring in 2 guys. I think that's what they're going to do. What I'm just trying to say is there's 7 starters, potentially, that they need to replace. 7. They're not going to make 7 splashy signings. They're not going to make 4 signings and 3 trades. It may be smarter for the Eagles to maybe sign 1 guy, trade for another, and then go into it with the draft. So you go back to 2020 with the Chiefs. Think about some of these names that they've drafted and when they've drafted. Willie Gay Jr. still playing with the Chiefs. He was drafted in the 2nd round, linebacker for Kansas City. That same draft, the bigger, splashier move, splashier name right now is L'Jarius Sneed. They got him in the 4th round back in 2020. In 2021, Nick Bolton. I know he didn't play the entire season, but he's a guy that's still on this team. He was a 2nd round pick for the Kansas City Chiefs. Then they used a 1st round pick 21, which is right around where the Eagles are going to be this year, on Trent McDuffie, who was a tremendous corner. 2nd year. This year, they gave him a chance to grow. George Karlaftis, a guy that they drafted in the 1st round. So they used the 1st round pick. Picks 21 and 30 were Trent McDuffie and George Karlaftis, 2 guys that have made a huge impact for the Kansas City Chiefs, especially this season and last year when they won the Super Bowl. So the Chiefs have taken an approach of going young defensively and not spending top dollar, except for Jones. That might be what the Eagles should do. Do you have the poll up and running, Ray?
I do.
All right. What are the people saying so far? Because I don't know. I don't think Eagles fans are okay with a patient approach.
Well, early returns would say you're wrong.
Okay.
So the poll says, with plenty of changes on defense expected for the Eagles, would you prefer the Eagles go younger and be patient, or should they swing for the fences and go after big names? Right now, early returns on the vote, 47% of people saying swing for the fences, 53% saying go young, be patient.
All right, so it's pretty close. It's pretty close. I would love to hear from both sides of this at 610-632-0975. But I would love to hear from the people that say the slow approach. Because you say that's what the Eagles should do. That's what you want the Eagles to do. But we have now, in 2 straight years, well, maybe not 2 straight years, but last year we were Super Bowl or bust conversation. The year before wasn't Super Bowl or bust, but it was that leap forward. If you want them to take the patient approach, that means this offseason of Eagles talk will be about taking a step back or basically taking a step forward, maybe looking better defensively. You're more excited about the future, but maybe still finishing 11-6 and maybe not winning the division. Are you open to doing a season like that? I don't know if Eagles fans are. Let's talk about it. Let's go to David in Drexel Hill. David, you're on the Fanatic.
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing?
Hey, I would definitely not do that and let's take some time to develop. We got some people on offense that's contracts is now.
Mm-hmm.
We got to do something next season. And again, Jalen Hurts might only be running good for 3 years. Again, I hope longer, but you got to do it now. And here's why I really called. since the playoffs started, and including yesterday's Super Bowl, these quarterbacks stink that everybody keeps talking about is so great. Even Mahomes in the first half.
Oh, dude. Come
He
on,
came through
man.
at the end. That's why I loved him.
Right, exactly. That's why he's the GOAT.
He came through at the end
Right.
with a defense. But the fact is that every mistake Jalen Hurts made, they made. Holding the ball too long, getting sacked. Wait a minute, Patrick, you're the greatest. You know, he done it. Purdy.
Right.
Ball
But
right to somebody
Mahomes is doing it every year. Like I'm not comparing Hurts to Mahomes. I think that's unfair to Jalen.
Mahomes is better. Got five. I mean, that's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is Jalen Hurts ain't the worst like people is saying.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody thinks he's the worst. I don't think anybody thinks
the callers are saying that.
People are worried that he's trending downward. Right.
Yeah, but that's my point. Why are these quarterbacks that are the greatest doing the same thing? What's the boy from Baltimore everybody was talking about?
Lamar Jackson.
He's the MVP. And, man, Jalen Hurts ain't never look as bad as him. He was horrible in the game to be the MVP. When Jalen Hurts, he was talking about the MVP, he was bad.
Yeah, I mean, Jalen Hurts had some bad games this year. But that doesn't mean he's the worst. No, it doesn't mean he's the worst. Look, I'm with you, David. Like Jalen Hurts is not the worst quarterback in the NFL. I appreciate the call. Jalen Hurts can get back. They can get back to the playoffs next year. He can get better. I said it a couple weeks ago, and I said it a couple years ago. If there's anybody that I will put stock into in improving their game based off of work ethic, it's Jalen Hurts. Some guys can work their asses off and just not be that talented, right? Jalen Hurts has talent, and I know what his work ethic is. So I believe that Jalen Hurts will probably be better next season than he was this past year. I just don't know if Jalen Hurts is ever going to be the top 2 player in the NFL like he was 2 years ago. And that's okay. You don't need to be. Brock Purdy's not a top 2 player. He was just in the Super Bowl last night. I still think Jalen Hurts is better than Brock Purdy. You know that on ESPN lists and Fox lists and Chris Sims lists, Purdy's probably going to be ahead of Jalen Hurts next year, and it's going to be ridiculous. And we'll talk about it when those lists come out. But David wants the Eagles to go all in, swing for the fences, because he thinks because of the window with the offense, you need to do it now. So why not, once again, compare the team that just won the Super Bowl? So the Kansas City Chiefs, this was their cap hit going into this season. Patrick Mahomes, of course, number 1 at $37 million. Chris Jones, as I've mentioned, number 2. So he's their second biggest cap hit. And then it goes offense, defense, offense, offense, defense, offense, offense, kicker. Harrison Butker actually has a higher cap hit than a lot of players on this team. Defense, offense, defense, defense. So as you go down the road, it's defense. But Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Joe Thuney, their guard, Marquez Valdes-Scantling, Jawan Taylor, their right tackle, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, a lot of guys offensive. That's where they're allocating the majority of their money. And then it gets to the defensive side of the ball. But it's guys that are making less than $5 million, right? L'Jarius Sneed just made $2 million this year. Now, the Eagles need to hit on those players, and that goes back to your point, right? Like, to say take the long road, you have to assume that you are going to hit on those players. I'm not going to assume squat. I have to just hope that they do hit on those guys.
I think also with taking the long road, though, you're discounting some of the buildup of what you already have. Like you talk, like hitting on these picks, it's also about the ones that you already have made, developing them into something. Since 2021, you've spent 3 third-round picks on defensive players. You've spent 3 first-round picks on defensive players. At some point, you need the Carter, the Smith,
right.
Look at Sidney Brown, even if you want to go into the 4th round last year, look at Ringo. Like, some of these guys have to turn to something. You mentioned Snead being a 4th-round pick. Like, that's a part of this.
Right.
You have to be able to find these value guys, and that's part of building a team.
Do you believe that they could do it? Based off of what you have seen, do you believe the Eagles can do it?
I would say yes. I believe it because I think you have a new brain trust of coaches. I think you got more out of your players a season ago with some of the coaches that were no longer here. I look back at that secondary, and the secondary under Denard Wilson looked a lot better than the secondary this season.
Yeah, that's true.
And you've made changes in coaching there. You're bringing in Christian Parker from the Broncos. You're bringing in The guy's name just left my brain looking at the Dolphins. So the safety coach. They haven't had a designated safety coach in years.
Yep.
Like, at some point, you got to take these guys and you got to bring them to the next level. And I look at that defensive line. That's especially a place where right now we're having the Reddick conversation. So that means Nolan Smith, hey, man, if he's not here.
Time to take a step up, man.
Guess what? You're compared to Hassan Reddick. Now you got to step into the role of Hassan Reddick if Reddick's not here. I look at Jalen Carter, Milton Williams, those guys. You have to step up. If Fletcher Cox isn't here, guess what? This is your show now. These are guys that were drafted with, higher draft picks, whether it be the first-round pick, whether it be the third-round pick. Some of these guys have to step into roles where it's not like, oh, it's cool to get a contribution for them. It's no, you are now the main contributor. You are not the fun rotational piece. You are the front line part of this defense. So when we talk about being patient, we can be patient all we want for draft picks that are coming now, but you've already made these picks over the last couple of years as succession plans. They have to step into their role.
They do have to step into their role. But then the question is, all right, are you paying top dollar for a linebacker to go along with those young guys? Are you going to pay top dollar on another corner, or are you going to give Keely Ringo a shot, right? Like, that's the other thing. Did you see enough in Keely Ringo to go, all right, he's going to be the guy opposite of Darius Slay if they get rid of James Bradbury? Or would you rather them go back? We already had the Patrick Surtain tweet, right? Like, do you want the Eagles to go all out? So the question is, at 610-632-0975, do you want the Eagles to go young and be patient defensively? That means next year they're not winning the Super Bowl, and we're not going to have Super Bowl or bust conversations. We're going to say, let's see how they get better, right? Let's hope that Jalen Hurts takes a step forward so that we can feel good about the future again. Let's see how Howie Roseman reworks some of these contracts so guys are here for the long run and not just for 1 or 2 more years. Or do you want Howie to do what Howie's done in the past and go big, swing for the fences, make trades, sign top dollar for defensive players, and use top draft picks defensively? Our first caller already said, based off of that topic, David, he said he wants them to swing for the fences because the window's open now. Would love your input on that. 610-632-0975. We'll reset the entire show coming your way next. Have more fun with the Super Bowl reaction from yesterday because there was a lot going into it. I'm Andrew Salchunas, the Midday Show right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Football season's finale. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Jackson Hewitt. It matters who does your taxes. Why are people saying to Jackson Hewitt? Find out before it's too late. Hurry into Jackson Hewitt today. Andy Reid, the Chiefs, beat the 49ers 25-22 in overtime of the Super Bowl as the Chiefs won their second consecutive title and third in the last 5 years. All 3 of those championships featured a 10-point deficit in the Super Bowl as the Chiefs once again came from behind to beat the 49ers. 49ers taking the lead in overtime with the field goal to start the quarter, but Patrick Mahomes found Mecole Hardman in the end zone for the game-winning touchdown. Mahomes threw for 333 yards and 2 touchdowns. Travis Kelce had 9 catches for 93 yards in the win. The 49ers are ringless since 1994. In Eagles news, it's been reported that edge rusher Hassan Reddick has been given permission to seek a trade as he enters the last year of his contract with the Birds. Highly productive edge rusher has had double-digit sacks in back-to-back seasons. 76ers played the Ricky Council game over the weekend. The two-way wing put up 19 points, pulled down 10 boards. The 76ers beat the Wizards 119-113 on Saturday night. Maxey scored 28 points to lead the team. Newcomer Buddy Hield poured in 23 points. Tonight, the team is in Cleveland to face the Cavaliers. A live call will be here on 97.5 The Fanatic at 7 o'clock. Daryl Morey was on the station earlier today with the John Kincaid Show. You can listen again to that conversation at 975thefanatic.com. I'm Ray Dunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 975thefanatic.com.
The Philadelphia 76ers play here. Every game home and away. We'll have the play-by-play tonight. Presented by Corona, official partner of the 76ers, the Phila Cerveza. This is the exclusive home for Sixers basketball. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Guys, this Valentine's Day, give her the next best thing to wearing nothing at all. With soft, silky, naturally nude pajamas. Available exclusively at Pajamagram. Sexy, sultry, naturally nude feels just like her soft skin. Even more alluring than lingerie, the texture and touch of these pajamas are so seductive that you'll both love the feel of them. Leave nothing to the imagination with naturally nude pajamas. Order today and Pajamagram will include a free matching naturally nude nightie. That's a $75 saving on a best-selling holiday gift. Go to Pajamagram.com right now. Best of all, Pajamagram does the wrapping for you with free gift packaging. But you need to order today because last year they sold out before Valentine's Day. Yes, ordering today gets you a free $75 nightie. Go to pajamagram.com right now. That's pajamagram.com to order naturally nude pajamas. Order now.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-1748. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-1748. That's 800-575-1748. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Wawa's new Snack and Go wraps make any time snack time. These small snacks are the perfect thing for a big flavor study break, a lunch didn't cut it craving, or a post-gym pick-me-up. They fit perfectly in one hand, so really, you've got room for two. Try a built-to-order Snack and Go wrap today with flavors like buffalo or honey hot chicken, or customize your own breaded chicken strips Snack and Go wrap, just $2.49 each. It's the perfect thing for snack time. Gotta have a Wawa.
We interrupt your scheduled ads with an announcement. Wawa has pizza. Forgot your anniversary? Wawa has pizza. Feeding a crowd? Wawa has multiple pizzas. Awake after midnight? Wawa has pizza until 3 a.m. Trying to make a good impression? Wawa has pizza and it's freshly made. Go ahead, tell everyone Wawa has pizza.
This news has been brought to you by Wawa. For a limited time, Wawa Pizza is $8.99 for a 14-inch pizza with any 2 toppings. Gotta have a Wawa.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Psst. Hey, I have a secret. I use Secret Whole Body Deodorant because more than just my armpits stink.
Oh, can I use it where my bra rubs under my...
Oh, yeah.
And what about down there? You know, my...
Totally. 4 out of 5 gynecologists would recommend it. So I tried it, and now I get 72 hours of freshness from my pits to my...
Ooh, I love that it's a spray.
Me too. And it comes in sticks and creams too. Go get your Secret Whole Body Deodorant.
3 little words no parent wants to hear.
My tummy hurts.
And it always seems to happen at the worst times. Like in the middle of the morning rush, when you still have homework to check and lunches to pack, and of course, you're already late for work. Luckily, there's Pepto Kids. Pepto Kids gummies help relieve occasional stomach upsets, turning those 3 words into these 3 words.
I feel better.
Bad time for stomach upsets? Good time for Pepto Kids gummies. Fast support for little tummies.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Celebrate Hooter the Owl's birthday at the Temple vs. UTSA men's basketball game this Sunday at 2 at the Leocora Center, featuring activities and autograph sessions. Game day tickets only $10 for kids. Visit owlstix.com.
Vidian Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is celebrating President's Day all month long and is offering the most competitive pricing on Jeeps in the Delaware Valley. Shop Vidian.com 24/7 or stop in today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Relationships are built on trust. At McLaughlin Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, we keep our customers happy by keeping our word. That means we've got your back with 24-hour emergency service. It means your new HVAC system will be installed on time and on budget. At McLaughlin, we take pride in our work and our word. Sound like a good relationship fit for you? Visit us online at McLaughlinPHC.com. McLaughlin Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, a Carrier factory authorized dealer. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
On your way home this afternoon, the best show ever starting at 2. Now more with Andrew Salchunas on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It's 11:20. It's the Midday Show. I'm Andrew Salchunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic, 11 o'clock hour, brought to us by Golden Nugget Jewelers. That's where Philly gets engaged, and it is a Fanatic Monday. I love Fanatic Mondays. Fanatic Monday presented by Pierce Phelps, Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com for flexible spending options on a new heating and cooling system. Get back to the phones in a second, but I just want to reset what we got on the table today. All right? The first question that we asked today was when you watched that game last night, you saw the Chiefs, you saw the 49ers. One team won, one team lost. Bottom line is both teams were better than the Eagles, right? They both got back to the Super Bowl. The Chiefs back to the Super Bowl the following year. The 49ers, they were in the Super Bowl a couple years ago. They go down last year to the Eagles in the NFC Championship game. They bounce right back, right? They don't have an issue with bouncing back. Clearly, the Eagles had the issue of bouncing back when they were 10-1 at one point and fell apart and didn't even come close to making the Super Bowl. So where are the Eagles in comparison to the Chiefs and 49ers? Because you have to bet that the Chiefs will be close to being back next year, if not being back and winning again next year. And the 49ers, because of all the talent that they have and because of the luxury of Brock Purdy being good enough and not getting paid any money, they'll be back as well, right? They're going to be contenders coming out of the NFC. The Chiefs will be contenders coming out of the AFC, barring any injuries, right? Where are the Eagles in comparison to those two teams? The Eagles' specific question that I have for you, Hassan Reddick over the weekend was granted permission to seek a trade. And the Eagles will make a trade if it makes sense for them, right? The capital that they get back, draft capital, how the contracts, situation works out, how the maybe a player that comes back, right? It's going to be, I'm guessing, a mutual thing where Hassan Reddick seeks the team that he wants to go for, and then the Eagles make sure that it makes sense for them because Hassan Reddick is a very talented player. You're going to lose a very impactful player. Now, here's the deal. With him leaving, that now makes 6, if not 7 stars, depending on how you look at it, right? So let's look at your front. It was Hassan Reddick, Josh Sweat, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, but you could throw in Fletcher Cox in that mix, right? Fletcher Cox seems to be on his way out. Hassan Reddick seems to be on his way out. That's 2 right away. Zach Cunningham, Nicholas Moreau, guys that both started for you, they're probably not coming back. So that's 4. Safety, Sidney Brown's going to start the season hurt. You need to replace him. That's 5. James Bradbury, most likely going to be released. That's now 6. And I don't know about Blankenship. I'm not in love with Reed Blankenship, but they might keep him just because he doesn't cost you anything. Darius Slay's probably going to be back unless he demands something or if the Eagles get rid of him. But I'm at 6. And that's just 6 looking at it right away without thinking about what else could change. Like, I don't know. Darius Slay could demand a trade. Josh Sweat, there is an out of his contract. They could move on from Josh Sweat. So 6 is like the minimum amount of starters that they need to replace this offseason. And I know a lot of you are saying, yeah, duh, because they stunk last year. But there's also the idea of when Howie replaces them, it's how Howie replaces them. And our question that we're asking you is, do you want the Eagles to swing for the fences this offseason by replacing these members of the defense and, going after top free agents, going big with some trades, and then maybe drafting somebody in the first and second round? Notable players, right? Or do you want them to take the approach that Kansas City's done? They paid Chandler Jones, and after that, it's been a lot of guys that they're drafting and a lot of guys that they're picking up off the scrap heap and making a youth movement defensively. It's a young defense that Kansas City has with a very experienced defensive coordinator. The poll we have running on the midday account with plenty of changes on defense expected for the Eagles. Would you prefer the Eagles go younger and be patient, or should they swing for the fences and go after big names? 56% of you say go young, be patient. That's awesome. That's where I'm at. 44% of you say swing for the fences. Now, for the 56% of you that say go young and be patient, are you willing to be patient? Because here's the deal. If you go young and be patient, They're not winning a Super Bowl this year. They might win in 2-3 years. We don't know. They have to hit on all these players. But all the talk of Super Bowl or bust this past offseason, that means going into this offseason, it's let's have fun. Let's hope for growth. Hashtag hope for growth. Like, is that what we're going to do? I'm kind of cool with it, but I know a lot of you aren't. And Ray's not. So I'd love to hear from you. 610-632-0975. Coming up at 12:30, a little over an hour from now, we're going to replay Daryl Morey's interview with the John Kincaid Show. Daryl was on with the John Kincaid Show earlier today, talked about a lot of things post-trade deadline. I liked what I had to hear. There wasn't anything that I took away from it that I was not happy with it. When you listen to more coming up at 12:30, I'm also going to give you a way to win a pair of Sixers tickets because we're going to be giving away Sixers tickets the next 3 days on the show. We'll have a pair of tickets today, tomorrow, and Wednesday for Wednesday night's game against the Miami Heat at the Wells Fargo Center. To purchase tickets for any 76ers game, visit Ticketmaster.com/76ers. So I will tell you how you can win later on in the 12 o'clock hour. Also, on the side of our Eagles conversation, the Super Bowl was last night. Just any reaction that you want to give to the Super Bowl. Do you think the Super Bowl is becoming too big? Because I saw that all over social media last night. Man, I was locked into the game, and the game ended up being a great one in the second half. Let's go back to the phones. Go to Eli in Newcastle. Eli, you're on the Fanatic.
Hey, man, how you doing? I think we should just draft. I'm tired of seeing them go for the fences. I mean, it's working, but we need to go ahead and draft, develop some talent, and let them go ahead and see what we can produce.
And it has been working, and that's why, every time people go, Howie needs to do this, Howie needs to do that, if I'm Howie Roseman, I'm going, hold on a second, guys. I've been to the Super Bowl twice in the last 6 years. I brought home the first Lombardi trophy. But the problem is, if it doesn't work, like they didn't win last year, you saw what happened the following season. It became a mess.
Yeah, because we don't have no young talent to develop. So if we just go ahead, get into these drafts, this draft right here, go ahead, get some talent, let it develop. I believe we'll be back. We'll at least get to the playoffs this year, but I believe we'll be at least back to the conference game in 2 years. If we get some talent this year, develop it, and then go ahead from there, we'll be back to the conference game and try to get back to the dance.
Yeah, I think you're spot on, Eli. I appreciate the call. I mean, I think they're back in the playoffs next year. Right? Your offense is too talented. It's too freaking good. What happened the last 2 months of the season was criminal for Brian Johnson and Nick Sirianni. Nick Sirianni should no longer be the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, and Brian Johnson is no longer an offensive coordinator in football. He took a step back. He's now an offensive assistant. He's not even the offensive coordinator anymore with the Commanders, right? That's where he went. The Commanders. Yeah. That shows you how bad the offense was, how poorly it was run when he had Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert in that offensive line, and DeAndre Swift, who they didn't use enough. It was the meme of the Ferrari, in the rundown home, right? That's what the Eagles were. They had far too much talent offensively to look the way that it did. And get out of here with all the bogus numbers of top 10 this, top 10 that. No, it was awful. I watched with my own eyes. It didn't even come close to passing the eye test. But they'll be back in the playoffs. I just don't think they're going to have enough to win a Super Bowl. And that's why, to Eli's point, you bring in that youth movement this year and they get the experience. They play in a playoff game. Hopefully win a playoff game. That'd be great, right? Let's say they don't win the conference and they're playing a wild card weekend. They win this year and then they go to the divisional round and maybe they unfortunately lose because they had to go on the road somewhere, a tough place to play. Or maybe they do get by because the offense is so good, but then they lose in the NFC Championship game. That kind of experience is great for younger players. And if they can get back a second season, and these guys are all on their rookie deals, or maybe they're guys that are coming off of their rookie deals and you sign them for a decent contract, that might be the way to go for the Eagles, which is kind of what the Sixers did this year before Joel Embiid even got hurt. Let's go to VT Ron. What's up, Ronnie?
Hey, Andrew, what's going on, boys?
How are you, man? Did you enjoy yourself last night?
What's that, bud?
Did you enjoy yourself last night?
How can I enjoy myself? I took enjoyment of San Francisco getting beat. That's where I took the enjoyment.
Well, at least that's joy.
That's joy. It's not a lot of joy, but it's joy. But I got to take what I get, because now we're into the dark ages until August. So
yeah. Hey, pitchers and catchers report soon.
Hey, that's right. They're there this week. I would like to be in Clearwater right now, Andrew.
That'd be nice.
Really would.
That'd be nice.
Wouldn't it be nice? Yeah. Hey, but at least they're going to start anyway. Listen, I want to get on board on this thing. I'm with you. Look, I've been around a long time, and I've been patient for a long time. And I really think you got to rebuild, or retool, however you want to call it. I think the offense is good enough. With a new coordinator, I think the offense is good enough. I think what the new coordinator brings is some new things that we haven't seen before. Again, we're going to see motion again. We're going to see a lot of different things, and I think the quarterback coach is going to help Jalen. In the defense, though, we're going to have to score points to win. But I'm also of the opinion that there's plenty out into the draft this coming year that rebuild. Get a couple of D-backs. Get a linebacker. Sprinkle in maybe a free agent somewhere. But I'm willing to wait again to have a solid team again, kind of like 2 years ago. They were solid, but what happened?
Right.
We went in the tubes. So, yeah, I'm very much in favor of retooling this team to make it even better. And like you said, can we win a game or two? Sure. And I really think the offense is not that far off. It's to be seen what Kelsey's going to do. Probably he's not coming back. But that offense has enough weapons to put points on the board.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They're gonna win games next year, Ronnie, and I appreciate the call. Like, it's gonna be a good season of Eagles football. Will it still be frustrating? Will it be that meme on game day? Yeah, probably. But that's gonna be growing pain. Like, that was the hardest thing with this year. So if you go into this offseason with the patient approach, the young approach, right? And it's the exact same style of games. Let's just say it's not 10-1 to 11-6, but they finish 11-6, same style of games, right? It would be more enjoyable because you understand, like, all right, these guys are young, they're learning, you're looking for bright spots, you're not looking for shutdown games. Whereas this past year, it was Super Bowl or bust. And when you're watching these games and you're basically hating your life for 3 hours and then they finally win a game and you're happy about it, that makes it a lot harder. Like we always talk about context, right? The context going to a game next year knowing that you have a youth movement defensively might make it a little bit easier to watch an Eagles game. A little bit.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. For me, at least. Like, I look at this season, I came into this season, I have a franchise quarterback in the prime of his career and all these weapons offensively.
Well, I'm saying the same way defensively. Like, if you score 30 points, but you win 30-27.
Yeah, but I came into this season knowing they replaced half their defense. They had a new defensive coordinator.
Okay.
Like, they're going to, the way you laid out here, they're going to replace half their defense, starting defense again, with another new defensive coordinator. Like, I can't change my expectation of, like, oh, let's lower it to making the playoffs. No, I've seen what the nucleus of this team can do. And if they go young, guess what? Some of you guys have to step up. Like, we're talking about Fletcher Cox leaving. They've drafted defensive linemen and interior defensive linemen basically in the last 3 drafts. Williams, Davis, Carter, and obviously the way they fit, the way they play, all different. But especially, look at Davis and Williams. When Hargrave signs that contract, it's no guarantee you're getting Jalen Carter in the draft. Like,
right.
There was a chance you were going in with those 2 guys as your top guys. You need the youth movement that you already have here to take the step forward. Being patient for more guys is admitting that you had flaws in the last 3 drafts that put you behind. Like, to me, that's waving the white flag on a season that you should be at the top competitive. Like, we should be talking about you. You open up with the 8th best Super Bowl odds on your sports book of choice.
Right.
This is not a season where I'm just like, oh, like, let's roll it out there and see what happens. No, you have to go out. You have to make the splashes that put you in the position to win a Super Bowl again.
Yeah, but a splash could be like 2 splashes. And then you need to find 5 young guys.
Yeah, but that's the NFL. Like, I'm not going splash list just to be, okay, we're young. No, to me, it's the proven versus unproven thing. You threw the name out there, Surtain. Like, if there's a really well-known commodity in the secondary.
That's
in
available that you can get.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, I'm all for it.
Yeah, I'm not being patient on that. And if they don't do that, I'll probably sit here next year with similar questions to the defense that I had this year. Oh, really? You're going in with Reed Blankenship as your top safety? Oh, really? You're going in with Nakobe Dean as your top linebacker? What's that going to look like? What's
that's going to be the look. We couldn't have fixed every position, right? That's how it's going to be. That's why I mentioned Blankenship will be back and Nakobe Dean will be back. Like they can't replace every position. So if you need 6 new starters and 2 of them are one of them will be on your defensive line. You know how they work with the edge rusher. They're probably going to pay for top dollar edge rusher or make a trade for an edge rusher, right? Like that's what the Eagles believe in on the fronts, offensively and defensively. So you know that's going to be an emphasis to get defensively. Safety position, they don't value all that much, so they'll probably keep it the way it is. But they're going to have to replace Sidney Brown with somebody. Corner, they might make a trade for. It could be trade for a corner like a Surtain and sign a top dollar edge rusher. And then after that, it's, puzzle pieces.
I mean, it could be that. Like, to me, you mentioned the defense and last offseason. The Howie clip from when he was talking to the media, when they did their exit pressers talking about prioritizing offense last year. You have to lose your mind if you don't think you're prioritizing the defense this year. Like to me, that would be the definition of insanity. If you roll it back and you're like, we're going to go in, and you have 9 draft picks this year. So guess what? You got to hit. Like, one, your first round pick can't just be rotational player, a player that's going to sit on the side.
Which is what they've done the last couple of years.
No, we're talking about getting a young someone in the defensive backfield.
That's why I wanted Kyle Hamilton 2 years ago, because he would have started right away, and even if he needed some work, like at least he'd be playing every single snap. Whereas Jordan Davis is a guy that is a rotational player. Could be a beast. We know that. But big could be. Now, Dan Baxter checks and he says, I'm slightly confused with the rebuild idea. They're going to have Eli Ricks, Isaiah Rodgers, Sidney Brown, and Keely Ringo playing a ton in the secondary, plus 3 picks in the first 2 rounds. So it goes the picks thing, yes. Or is Howie Roseman going to trade picks for these big, splashy players that are out there? But the 4 names that you mentioned, Sidney Brown is not going to start the season. At least I don't think. I know sports medicine's completely different nowadays, but I don't think he's going to be healthy to start the season. What did you see in Eli Ricks where you're like, yeah, that's a guy that we're going to try to figure out? I hear you on Isaiah Rodgers. I hear you on Keely Ringo. Ringo might be the other starting corner if they do end up cutting James Bradbury. So that's 2 guys?
Well, in your patient approach, UK, if they go into next season with Ringo as a starting corner.
Yes.
Okay.
Unless they make it, unless that's one of the splashy moves. I keep on saying 1 trade, 1 free agent, and then after that it's youth.
Well, that might be only the flexibility they have.
Right, could be, because there's 6, 7 stars they need to replace.
I think it's malpractice if they go into next season. Just, okay, we're going to reload in the draft and, try and just build on the edges here. You need a splash for this defense. You need something. And the splash might be reworking Hassan Reddick.
It could be. Yeah, he's not gone. They're just going to let him seek a trade.
And I really hope this is posturing. I really hope that this is.
I hope so, too. I took it as he's done.
I took it
sucks.
as a negotiation tactic.
Okay.
It's hard for me to believe that he wants. I know he wants extra. He wants more money.
He wants more money.
Ends up being
and deserves
hard to believe him wanting out.
Right. I get that.
And this is also a thing where, and this is not something you did, but I saw people immediately, wow, I can't believe, basically he's a turncoat on this. It's like, no, the guy deserves the paycheck. And honestly, if we're having the conversation of which edge rusher that's coming up due for a contract I'd rather have,
Hassan Reddick.
Give me a few more years, even with the worry of him going over 30 in a year's time. Give me a few more years of him over Josh Sweat. I'll wipe the brow just like anyone else. I was Josh Sweated up. But there's one guy that, regardless of who's been calling the defensive play calls, and regardless of who's been really in charge of the defense, that's made plays, and it's been Reddick. And that's been the story of his career since the Cardinals stopped being morons and put him back to an edge rusher in his final year there.
Yep.
He's played for how many different coordinators over the past couple of years and has been effective double-digit sacks the entire time.
Yeah.
Give me that over anyone else they could possibly roll out there.
Absolutely. Just take talent. I'm all about talent. Let's go to Rodney in Mount Airy. What's up, Rodney?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you doing, man?
Hey, before I go on a rant on these 49ers fans, I got to let y'all know, when Kyle Lowry was a freshman at Villanova, I ended up moving to his block, 20th and Lehigh, when I was 14, 15 at the time.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so my friends, when I was cool with like the people over there, like they knew him, like they made sure they protect him, like because he lives in 20th and Lehigh, and it was a good years of living there and like knowing a little bit the history about Kyle Lowry,
Right.
and like it was cool.
So you would love to see him back. You are here with the Sixers.
Yeah, like I don't know him personally, but I know his friends, I know his people. So it's just like, yeah, it's a cool story to see him back in Philly. So
That'd be awesome. Yeah, for sure.
yeah, definitely. But let me just rant about the 49ers fans. Remember that guy that called when the 49ers?
Omar. I'll never forget Omar. That's my guy.
Yeah. So where he at? So he ain't called today.
I asked him to call if his team lost, and he's no show.
Yeah. So you had the time, like when the 49ers went to the Super Bowl this year, like the first thing on your mind was to call this show. You're not even from Philly.
Yeah.
So,
no. I mean, we're beachfront real estate in his brain, dude. Like it's crazy. They won the NFC Championship game, and Ray made the good point because he called in probably around 11 o'clock when he called in that day. It's 3-hour time difference. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. He probably woke up after a night of celebrating, as you would, and said, I got to call a Philly radio station. It's just weak. And now that they lost, and thanks for the call, Rodney, now that they lost, he's nowhere to be found. Never will be. Until next year when the 49ers start off 5-0 or something, because they're going to be a good team next year. And then he'll call. But, he's a typical Cockroach League Cowboys fan pretty much. They crawl under the rock and, won't be heard from for a while.
I was shocked we didn't get the call from him on Friday. I was waiting all day Friday.
No, because
he
doesn't do that. He
did the preemptive before the NFC Championship.
Did he?
And he did the preemptive before.
But he hung up. He told us he hung up every time.
Well, yeah, of course. He doesn't have a lot of content prepared.
No,
what he does,
no.
He wakes up, he writes something on a note card,
and
he looks into the mirror,
and
he says it to himself a couple of times, and then he's like, all right, let me dial the phone number. And then he gets 15, 20 seconds worth of content out there, starts yelling at you. You end up trying to respond to him, and he just keeps going back on the same line. And you know what the line is today? The 49ers failed.
Yeah.
That's the line today.
That's all. No, I hear
Omar, congrats on a miserable Monday. I hope today sucks.
Good for them. They're NFC champions. All right, 610-632-0975, the number to climb in. Coming up next, we have to talk about something that we just need to come to terms with, okay? So we'll get into that coming up. Daryl Morey will replay the conversation they had with the John Kincaid Show around 12:30. It'll also be your chance to win a pair of Sixers tickets to Wednesday night's game against the Miami Heat. I'll explain how you can do that next right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Chiefs go back-to-back. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Wendy's. The Wendy's Biggie Bag comes with your choice of JBC or crispy chicken sandwich, plus 4-piece nugs, junior fries, and a small soft drink. U.S. price of participation may vary. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher. Andy Reid and the Chiefs beat the 49ers 25-22 win overtime in the Super Bowl. Chiefs won.
Arlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studios, powering possibilities. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Andrew Salchunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It is 11:51 on the Midday Show. I'm Andrew Salchunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Daryl Morey joined the John Kincaid Show earlier today. We will play that next segment. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you listen closely to the interview, and I'm going to ask a question based off of the interview. And the winner, whoever gets the question correctly, will win a pair of tickets to see the Sixers take on the Heat this Wednesday, Valentine's Day at the Wells Fargo Center. Visit Ticketmaster.com/76ers. We're actually going to be giving away a pair of tickets to that game today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. So make sure you're listening half of the week long for your chance to win a pair of Sixers tickets for Wednesday night's game.
I'll say you should listen all week long.
You should listen all week long. But I won't be able to give you Sixers tickets Thursday or Friday, unfortunately. Or maybe I can.
I think we got something on Thursday.
I have sources. We have something on Thursday?
I think we got something on Thursday you might want to listen for as well.
Ooh, that's right. We have a McGurk's gift card to give away on Thursday. I drove by McGurk's not too long ago. So that'll be on Thursday.
They're opening up near my hometown.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
so
new
that's
location
exciting.
for 2024. My Royersford people. You got to get excited.
That's good. Royersford, stand up. That's great. All right, so something that we need to come to terms with, and we'll get to the calls in a second. We'll continue the Eagles conversation in a second as well. I mentioned this in the very beginning of the show, and now I want to expand on it. We need to just come to terms with that Patrick Mahomes, like Jalen Hurts, we got to stop trying to compare the two. And Andy Reid, we should probably stop trying to compare Nick Sirianni to Andy Reid. Like, they're in a class of their own, man. And that's not changing anytime soon. Now, it's hard not to compare. I get it. Like, Jalen Hurts, some may say, outdueled Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl 2 years ago, right? Or 2 Super Bowls ago. 1 year ago. But it didn't matter ultimately because Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs won because that organization is in a class of its own. That's why they keep on getting back to Super Bowls. They've now won 3, right? They are a dynasty, and they're not going anywhere anytime soon. Patrick Mahomes is 28 years old, guys. He's 28, dude. They're not going anywhere. So it's just we need to come to terms that Hurts. I remember, speaking of John Kane, the morning show, John, before the Chiefs game, was saying if Jalen Hurts wins this game, you should be able to put him in the class of Patrick Mahomes. And I remember before the game even happened, and the Eagles ended up winning that game, I thought that was unfair to do because Patrick Mahomes is on a level that nobody else is reaching. The only person that was on his level was Tom Brady. There are years where guys will play maybe better than him in the regular season. Look at Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson won MVP this year. But Patrick Mahomes is in the class of itself. So is Andy Reid. Now, when it comes to Andy Reid, so Dylan McKinnon, who does a million bajillion incredible things behind the scenes for the station here, he does the daily Instagram post. Remember last week we talked about the halftime show you would like to see. So today's question is, are you happy for Andy Reid? I am. Like, I'm sorry. We went into this even last week. We had a guy, who was it? Somebody was tweeting at us last week saying, you know, I'm rooting for the 4. He literally said, go Niners in his tweet because he just doesn't like Andy Reid that much. I don't have vitriol toward Andy Reid. I know that they didn't win a Super Bowl here. I get that. But 14 years of above average football, 5 NFC championship appearances, 1 Super Bowl appearance. Does it suck that he's winning elsewhere? Of course it does. Like, I'd lie to you if I saw him win another Super Bowl and go, damn, why couldn't that happen here? But I'm not, like, angry watching him win. I'm not. I'm sorry. I know there are people that will hate Andy Reid forever. And he did this wrong. He did that wrong. He's the reason why the Eagles didn't win. Or he's the reason why they were in a position to win. Right? Like, why was it always Andy? Donovan deserves blame. front office decisions deserve blame. Like, it wasn't just Andy. So I go, good for you, Big Red. Like, congratulations on another Super Bowl.
Okay, don't worry about it. Enjoy the win, man.
Your thoughts?
I'm going to enjoy the win, man. Good for him. I'm not going to sit here and be upset
Like,
about it.
I'm not getting Big Red tattooed on my back, but, like, good for him.
Well, yeah, because you already have it tattooed on your back. Why would you get a second one? That'd be weird of you. I don't know why you would do that. No, I mean, I'm happy for him. I am. Maybe this is, young, naive me being happy for the guy. But ultimately, when we talk about what set up the foundation of this organization to be successful, that's been, the Andy Reid years. That propelled this organization to a place where it sustained success that it hadn't found in quite some time. And on top of that, the one Super Bowl we have, hey, who was the guy that recommended that coach and who was the guy that learned under,
Andy, yeah.
I understand. He's now surpassed the Eagles in the fact that, they've won 3 in 5 years and, the Eagles got one before he did, but now he's got 3 and one of them came up beating the Eagles.
Yeah.
Ultimately this year. And
I wasn't happy for him last year.
No, I wasn't happy for him last year.
Right.
I didn't. That wasn't my first thought. That game ends. Wow, good for Andy.
Good for
man.
Andy, right?
He
No,
pulled
I was
one over
pissed
on
off.
us.
Yeah, exactly.
No, and I know people are going to try and it was something that my uncle actually texted us last night. While I'm walking on home, I get a text of, man, what would have happened if Andy was here? The butterfly effect of that, to me, is too much to say, oh, yeah, they were going to find this second wave. Sometimes change is beneficial on both sides.
Yeah, when they moved on from him, I was more bummed out that it was over. I wasn't.
Right.
It was time. It just was. That happens. Yeah, I can't do the revisionist history of they should have kept him. Look at what would have happened. And I never had a beef with Andy Reid, right? Like, it was time for them to move on from. Like, a lot of people thought it was time to move on from Charlie Manuel at one point. What if Charlie Manuel went on and won 3 World Series with a different team, right? Like, it's not a similar situation because the Phillies did win with Charlie, but it's just, you can't do the revisionist history when it comes to that. It was time to move on.
No.
But he was extremely successful. For me, the hate that he still gets from Eagles fans, I don't understand that.
And it's not wrong also to point out the fact that now he's in a position where his defensive coordinator's in place because Spags has had his chance to be a head coach. And, I'm not saying he shouldn't get interviews. I mean, look at the way that defense turned it on this year and what they were able to accomplish. But he's got the defensive coordinator in place to build. Obviously he has Mahomes. Like, some things that weren't possible here at the end of his time here have become possible in Kansas City. And he's also, really reinvented the way he goes about things. And it helps, again, when you have the most talented quarterback we've ever seen.
Right. I mean, that's a big part of it.
Like, does he draft Mahomes here? You wouldn't be able to.
Right.
The butterfly effect doesn't work.
Yeah, I don't know.
That.
Exactly. Like, we don't know those answers. But, Andy, I'm sure there's people that take away the success of Andy Reid because he has Patrick Mahomes. But he was the guy that saw that he was the guy that he wanted. They traded up to get him. I don't know. I go, good for you, Big Red. But I know a lot of people are upset by it. But, yeah, we got to stop trying to compare Hurts to Mahomes, Sirianni to Andy Reid. It's just that they're in a class of their own. You could try to take away some of the things that work, but you can't compare the two. By the way, how incredible was it that the game-winning touchdown was the same play?
Yeah, that one stuck. I'll be honest. As it happened in the moment, I'm kind of thrilled because, again, take that San Francisco. But as I'm watching it happen, I'm like, ooh, where have I seen this before?
By the way, Wilkes did a tremendous job as defensive coordinator for the 49ers this year. He replaced D'Amico Ryans, right? Jonathan Gannon got pants last year. Twice with that play. And Wilkes and the Niners, they did a tremendous job against Mahomes yesterday. I know Mahomes ended up throwing for 300-plus yards.
Some would say that, if that 49ers offense had kicked it into gear a little bit earlier, that's not even a game.
Yeah, that's true, too.
Not going to, single out anybody that, was having the story of their life.
Brock Purdy wasn't great yesterday.
I didn't think so.
He was not great yesterday. And now the question is, are they going to be, once again, quarterback away next year?
Well, guess what? They got one more year on that deal. Thank God for being Mr. Irrelevant. How awful is that also for him? I know, hate the team, hate the thing, But for him, the fact that he was picked with the last pick means he can't get that extension until after next year. But had he gone undrafted, he would have been able to.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Brutal.
Unbelievable.
Losing your money here, man. You got to strike while the iron's hot.
got to. Something on LeBron James I'm going to give to you.
What?
In a couple minutes. Yep, exactly. See how the show can turn sometimes? Let's go to Ralph first. Ralph in Levittown. What's up, Ralph?
Hey, what's up, Dennis?
How you doing, Ralph?
Gosh, I just wanted to give my opinion on the Super Bowl.
Okay.
You're
talking about the event itself?
Yes.
Okay.
No, in the game. I don't believe in that overtime rules at all in the NFL.
Okay.
To me, Frisco won. I mean, and that was it for me. I didn't even watch. I was at my son's. I played with my grandkids after. I don't believe in giving the second-place team a chance to win because that's exactly what they're doing. And they're going to continue to – why not everybody get a chance to score touchdowns in the overtime?
Right. So, that's the way it's going to be.
Stupid.
Look, whether you agree with it or not, that's the way it's going to be. And the 49ers are not Super Bowl champions.
They won the game, to me.
To you.
It was over. And to most of the guys I know, we didn't even watch the end of it because it's ridiculous.
There's no way that's true.
Grown men playing football.
There's no way a bunch of people stopped watching after the 49ers kicked the field goal.
My son, and my grandkids did not watch the end.
That's four people.
After 49ers. Well, betting guys watched it, but it's the same thing when they give trophies to first and second place. It's really gotten to the point where it's ridiculous.
It's the rule that they created because of the Chiefs and the Bills from a couple of years ago.
They better, and you know why? That's why soccer is the number one sport in the world, and it'll never change.
Why is that?
It will never change because they can't come close because this is like a show, a gimmick. It's like wrestling.
You mean the sport?
WWF.
You mean the sport where you can score a goal in overtime and it keeps going?
Yeah, but you'll never compare to it. There's no team there's no sport in the world that'll compare to soccer.
Well, of course, because that's a worldwide sport.
Yes, and it'll never change.
The NFL is United States. With obviously it's growing. No, it has not become a joke. How has it become a joke?
That game. You tell me that game wasn't a joke.
The second half of that game was captivating. What do you mean the NFL has become a joke? Come on,
it's a show.
You had the Niners, didn't you?
No, I did not. I had Kansas City. I thought the line would be -8.
All right, let me ask you something, Ralph. Let's say that the rule was the rule and the Eagles were in it, and the Chiefs took a 3-point lead, and the Eagles go down the field and score a touchdown and win it. You're not celebrating the Super Bowl?
I probably will because I live in the city.
Exactly. Come on, Ralphie. I appreciate the call. That's the way the rule is. I hear what you're saying. That's not what the way the rule used to be. I understand that. But they're bull. That because your son and your 2 grandkids stopped watching, the whole world stopped watching after San Francisco kicked the field goal. That's ridiculous. Everybody kept on watching. Everybody. And you're trying to compare the NFL to soccer. Yeah, of course soccer is always going to be number one. It is a worldwide sport. The NFL, however, is growing worldwide. That's why the Eagles are playing in Brazil next year. That's why they've been playing in London and Mexico. And Germany, that's why they're starting to expand. Don't get me wrong, soccer's still number one worldwide, but the NFL is gonna catch up. They're gonna try to at least. Can't get me that the NFL's a joke.
Also, they only got a field goal.
Right.
The 49ers go down that they only get the field goal, which was
the rule is still touchdown, right? Wouldn't the
touchdown? No, it would still be different. But
Chiefs,
they only if they go down and score a touchdown. And you're upset that the game's not over. Okay, I got you there. They scored a field goal.
They scored a field goal.
Listen, I understand old rules, yada, yada, that whole thing, but I'm okay that the game didn't end on a moody field goal. And we got to see whether or not the Chiefs could respond. Also, to the 49ers case, this became a talking point, at least the party I was at. Knowing Mahomes is on the other side, knowing Andy Reid's on the other side.
You got to go for a touchdown?
Do you just go for the touchdown? Because playing for the field goal for me, with the way your defense was gassed there at the end by the Chiefs, I don't know. Part of me would want to say, hey, you know what? Let's just go for broke here. Let's try and just go for the touchdown here because I don't want to have to deal with the idea of Mahomes going down and scoring a touchdown.
Yeah, it's a tough decision to make. Now, if you don't get any points and the Chiefs just win with a field goal, then you're going, oh my God! If you took the points,
yeah, the take the points conversation will come up, of course, but. Part of me was sitting there you know what? High stakes roll here, but that's also me from the couch with nothing on the line.
Right.
I'm saying, could they go for it here? Could they make something happen here?
I thought
Point is they
that
kicked field
game
goal.
was captivating yesterday. Just because they didn't score 85 touchdowns doesn't mean it was a bad football game. It was a great game.
Yeah, I'm really confused to where this product comes here. David,
He in his world, the 49ers are Super Bowl champions today.
that's cool. You know what I
You
need?
think that works at the sports books?
No,
Hey.
no. Sorry, I bet under the old rules.
Yeah. Wait, you guys didn't know that?
I don't see in your terms that you updated your overtime
I love
rules here.
Ralph, but come on, man. That's a stretch. Oh, today's society, everybody gets a trophy.
This was put in place because we wanted the
We
game
wanted
to
more
end
of it. Right,
justifiably.
exactly.
You know,
Right.
like we don't want a coin toss deciding a game. Well, guess what? It didn't. It's so funny that benefits the Chiefs both ways. Before the rule changes,
yeah,
after the rule
exactly.
changes, whatever.
All right, let's go to Paul and Broomall. He wants to react to Ralph. What's up, Paul?
What's up, guys? Yeah, I like listening to that. I was like literally laughing, like as hard as could be. That was the weirdest narrative to have on. In my mind, the Niners won the game. Like what? Football is actually the only sport. The NFL is actually the only league that both teams didn't get to touch the ball in overtime. Any other sport, every sport in the world, both teams have a chance.
Right.
With the ball, the puck, whatever.
Yeah, and then he compares it to soccer in terms of publicity, but soccer, it sometimes is not golden goals. We saw the Union lose a championship game after taking a lead in overtime.
Oh, not only that, but you have a sport where they can play an entire game and it's impossible to score a goal, and then they go to a shootout where it's the easiest thing to score a goal. Like, so this new way is the best college football. Both teams get to touch the ball. Like, if anything, I'd almost prefer.
And hasn't
the
that
NFL
always
start from the 40
that
and go
started a while ago? The college football one,
right? Because sudden death in football, I don't personally don't think makes sense.
especially now. What he has to realize, and I understand, he's doing the whole back when I was watching, blah blah blah.
Right.
Offenses score these nowadays. 3 points is like a given. Now, you know what I mean? Like, there were 7 field goals yesterday. Getting into opposing territory has become easy for teams. Scoring touchdowns not all the time. So, it's almost easy to get a field goal in that kind of situation. And do you want the game to end that way? No, of course not.
Right. You're starting at the 25. You got to get to the 35 for a fairly makeable field goal. Like, it made the game way better. The whole strategy of it, like.
Well, right, and
I was
that's also going to change the strategy for defenses. They're not going to want to give up the big play, right? So that may be why San Francisco was able to go downfield with these and get 3 points. And I appreciate the call, Paul, is because they have to, they're not going to give up the big play in overtime because you are okay with giving up a field goal. All right, LeBron. Per Mark Stein, Ray. 2 mystery teams believe that LeBron James would consider signing with them if they were able to draft Bronny. Now, we've kind of always known that. Quote, I know of at least 2 teams on the NBA map that believe LeBron James would consider signing with them at far less than the $51.4 million if Bronny James is on the roster. There might be more. Bronny's got a player option next year for $51.4 million, which is why I mentioned that tag. Should the Sixers draft Bronny James to get LeBron? 610. I'm all for it.
Oh, yeah. Easily.
I'm all
You're
for
not,
it, dude.
you're not talking me out of that.
In a heartbeat. I'm all for it. All right, Daryl Morey joined the John Kincaid Show earlier today. Coming up next, right around 12:30, probably a little bit before 12:30, we will play the interview. I thought it was important. There was a lot of good stuff out of it. I thought Bob and John did a great job with the interview. And with the interview, I'm going to ask you a question afterward. It's going to be basically a trivia question from the interview itself. If you get the answer correctly, you will win a pair of tickets to Wednesday night's game between the Sixers and Heat at the Wells Fargo Center. To purchase tickets for any 76ers game, just visit Ticketmaster.com/76ers. So we'll continue the conversation with the Eagles and the Super Bowl before we get to the Morey interview. But then we'll take a quick break and we'll listen to some Sixers talk from the John Kincaid Show earlier today. And then it's your chance to win Sixers tickets. You can climb in at 610-632-0975. I'm Andrew Salchunas. It's the Midday Show right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The finale of football season. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by AAA Car Care. Save $104 on select sets of 4 Nokian tires now through February 17th only at AAA Car Care Centers. Details at AAA.com/mycar. Andy Reid and the Chiefs beat the 49ers 25-22 in overtime to win the Super Bowl. The Chiefs won their second consecutive title and third in the last 5 years. All 3 of those wins featured a 10-point deficit in the Super Bowl as the Chiefs once again came from behind to beat the 49ers. The 49ers had taken lead in overtime with the field goal to start, but Patrick Mahomes found Mecole Hardman in the end zone for the game-winning touchdown on the ensuing Chiefs possession. Mahomes threw for 333 yards and 2 touchdowns. Travis Kelce had 9 catches for 93 yards in the win. The 49ers remain ringless since the 1994 season. In Eagles news, it's been reported that edge rusher Hassan Reddick has been given permission to seek a trade as he enters the last year of his contract. The incredibly productive pass rusher has had double-digit sacks in back-to-back seasons. 76ers won over the weekend over the Wizards 119-113. Ricky Council had a big game. He put up 19 points, pulled down 10 boards. Tyrese Maxey scored 28 to lead the team. Buddy Hield had 23 in the win. Tonight, the team is in Cleveland to face the Cavaliers. The live call will be here on 97.5 The Fanatic at 7 o'clock. Daryl Morey was on with the John Kincaid Show. We'll replay that for you coming up in the next segment, and you can listen to it again at 97.5thefanatic.com. I'm Ray Dunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Visit 975thefanatic.com for a chance to win a trip to MetLife Stadium this Saturday to watch the Orange and Black in the 2024 Stadium Series, courtesy of PhillySportsTrips.com. Ride to the game in a luxury bus. Enjoy the amazing tailgate with top shelf food and drink, then catch all the action. Listen to the John Kincaid Show this week for another chance to win or book your trip at PhillySportsTrips.com. Travel with the pros.
Guys, this Valentine's Day, give her the next best thing to wearing nothing at all. With soft, silky, naturally nude pajamas. Available exclusively at Pajamagram. Sexy, sultry, naturally nude feels just like her soft skin. Even more alluring than lingerie, the texture and touch of these pajamas are so seductive that you'll both love the feel of them. Leave nothing to the imagination with naturally nude pajamas. Order today, and Pajamagram will include a free matching naturally nude nightie. That's a $75 saving on a best-selling holiday gift. Go to Pajamagram.com right now. Best of all, Pajamagram does the wrapping for you with free gift packaging. But you need to order today because last year they sold out before Valentine's Day. Yes, ordering today gets you a free $75 nightie. Go to Pajamagram.com right now. That's Pajamagram.com to order naturally nude pajamas. Order now.
This winter, cozy up to a home that's perfectly yours with Preferred Pros. From skilled craftsmen and expert designers to top veterinarians and relaxing pools and spas, we've got the best recommendations for you. Let us help you make your dream project a reality. Your home, your life, our professionals. Connect with Preferred Pros you can trust.
Bachman's Roofing is your local award-winning roofer. Now's the time to inspect your roof and protect your #1 asset. Visit bachmansroofing.com to schedule a consultation and learn about financing options.
Chris Services, experienced electrical contractor serving southern New Jersey. Say goodbye to blackouts with a Kohler whole home generator. Never lose power again. Contact Chris Services.
Maximize your available space with beautiful custom wall units from Bella Systems Philly. For a free design consultation, visit bellasystemsphilly.com.
Check out Preferred Pros today. This paid program is sponsored by businesses highly rated by actual customers. For more details on Preferred Pros, visit 975thefanatic.com.
How would you describe your sex life? Going into overtime or over too quickly? If your ED has resulted in nightly no-hitters, it's time to explore Focused Shockwave Therapy at Forge Medical Group. Focused Shockwave Therapy is a novel treatment for ED that uses pulses of energy traveling faster than the speed of sound to penetrate deep inside your body to activate the growth of new blood vessels and tissues on a cellular level. It's safe, simple, and painless with no side effects. Right now, the doctors at Forge Medical Group will create a custom treatment plan combining focused shockwave therapy with acoustic wave therapy for as low as $300 per session. Don't spend another night on the sidelines. Call today about focused shockwave therapy at Forge Medical Group. Appointments fill up fast, so call 610-632-8181 now or visit forgemedicalgroup.com. That's forgemedicalgroup.com.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
3 little words no parent wants to hear.
My tummy hurts.
And it always seems to happen at the worst times. Like in the middle of the morning rush, when you still have homework to check and lunches to pack, and of course, you're already late for work. Luckily, there's Pepto Kids. Pepto Kids gummies help relieve occasional stomach upsets, turning those 3 words into these 3 words.
I feel better.
Bad time for stomach upsets? Good time for Pepto Kids gummies. Fast support for little tummies.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Relationships are built on trust. At McLaughlin Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, we keep our customers happy by keeping our word. That means we've got your back with 24-hour emergency service. It means your new HVAC system will be installed on time and on budget. At McLaughlin, we take pride in our work and our word. Sound like a good relationship fit for you? Visit us online at McLaughlinPHC.com. McLaughlin Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, a Carrier factory authorized dealer. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Whoa, you're Cupid.
Nothing gets past you, kid. So with Valentine's Day just a few days away, one guess why I'm here.
To hang out?
No. I'm here to get you to Hellsberg Diamonds.
Oh, cool.
Make her heart flutter with timeless diamond bands, pendants, huggy hoops, and more up to 50% off.
Well, we should get going. Hey, can I get a lift?
Oh, I'm sorry, pal. This diaper's a one-seater.
Oh.
Hurry to your nearest Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com for up to 50% off. Only through Valentine's Day.
Why do I go to Meineke? Because they offer same-day service. And with my busy schedule, I need my car to keep running safely.
Why do I go to Meineke? Because I get the best price for my auto repairs, and they fix everything.
Whatever your reason may be, regular maintenance, tires, brakes, batteries, exhaust systems, and more, trust your Delaware Valley Meineke with over 50 years of doing total car care right. And for the best price.
You expect your home to protect everything you love, but you don't expect the ways water is breaking down your basement and damaging your home. Mold, cracks, and of course visible water are just a few signs your basement is compromised. But there's one way to get answers to all your concerns. A free home inspection from BQ Basements and Concrete. We put water back in its place. Go to basementsbybq.com. License number PA158514, 13 VH 11822
On your way home this afternoon, the best show ever starting at 2. Now more with Andrew Salchunas on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It is 12:19, 97.5 The Fanatic on a Fanatic Monday, presented by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com for flexible spending options on a new heating and cooling system. We have 2 open lines. You can climb in at 610-632-0975. Conversation today surrounding the Eagles. How do you want them to approach this offseason? How do you want Howie to approach this offseason when it comes to the defense? Do you want him to swing for the fences, go out there, make big trades, spend top dollar for some free agents, use top draft capital, which they should anyway, and go big? Which is what we've seen the Eagles do in the past, which got them the 2 Super Bowls. They went big. They signed guys to big deals, sometimes on one-year deals, a lot of veteran moves. They won a Super Bowl because of it. They got to another Super Bowl because of it. But you also saw what happened afterward. Or should the Eagles take the patient, longer approach, really just draft picks, maybe getting guys that are still on their rookie deals or coming off their rookie deals, and being patient, like you see the Chiefs doing. And the Chiefs, there's a reason why they're a dynasty. Yeah, they have Patrick Mahomes, they have Andy Reid, they have Travis Kelce, they have offensive line that they invested in. But they also have a lot of guys that they drafted in the 3rd and 4th rounds that they let develop. Right? Like Zach McPherson, right? Like I'm not the biggest McPherson fan. You know, he had a transfer out of Penn State to get playing time, right? So he transfers. And so I go, all right, you draft him in the 4th round, but you don't really let him play all that much because you had guys ahead of him, that's what you're supposed to do, right? Like when you're in win-now mode. But I don't know if the Eagles are in win-now mode at this point. It might be smarter to try to start over. defensively. Offensively, you're still good. You still have a lot of talent offensively, and you hope that Kellen Moore can change the direction of this offense. So I want to get your reactions to that, 610-632-0975. Coming up in a few minutes, I'm going to play the Daryl Morey interview. He was on the John Kincaid Show earlier today. Talks about the trade deadline, what's next for the Sixers. And I'll ask you a trivia question out of the Morey interview afterward. And the winner will get a pair of tickets to see the Sixers take on the Heat Wednesday night at the Wells Fargo Center. Now, I got to bring up this Instagram post from Fletcher Cox. Fletcher Cox may be entering retirement. Fletcher Cox may not re-sign with the Eagles. But he took to Instagram to do Eagles fans one more favor. The Instagram post had seven clown emojis, 5 laughing emojis. And he tagged one Deebo Samuel. Keep the Eagles out your mouth, Bo. I still got something you ain't got. The 3 winky emojis. I've been holding on to this one, son. EAD. Which, a lot of you know what that means. And some of you might not. Just figure it out. Now I'm surprised he called. I will say this right now. I give him credit. I give him credit.
I'm waiting to hear the call.
I am a give credit where credit is due guy. Now, the call might suck because they usually do. Because like you said, Ray, he has like a notepad where he writes down his pre-call thoughts, and that's all he says over and over again. And it never becomes a conversation. I'm open to having conversation. But it usually just leads to nonsense. But I will say before I even bring him up, I give him credit for calling in today. Omar.
Yo, what's up, man?
What's up?
Man, I think, first of all, we played a good game yesterday. I'm going to call, as a Niners fan, I'm devastated and I'm upset, as every Niners fan is. We played a hell of a game yesterday, but Fletcher Cox is the last person that should be talking.
Why?
Buddy, Deebo Samuel scored 3 touchdowns on the Eagles.
Does he have a ring like Fletcher Cox?
But do you remember?
No, this is the game you always play. This is the game you always play whenever you call it, oh, man, where are your Eagles at? They lost in the first round. They got humbled, blah, blah. And you guys did the exact same thing last year after you lost the NFC Championship game. Every single player on that team had crap to say. You didn't give the Eagles their flowers. When they won, they got to the Super Bowl. And now all of a sudden your team loses and you're upset.
Buddy, the Eagles didn't deserve their flowers. We lost Brock Purdy on the second play of the game. Come on, man. Are you not going to get over this?
They got to Brock Purdy themselves. They had 70 sacks last year.
Second play, on the second. Anyways, all I wanted to say this. Fletcher Cox is the last person that should be talking. I know for a fact that I was on your guys' mind the whole game yesterday, Andrew.
No,
you know that, too.
I enjoyed the game, and I thought of you afterward. I did think of you afterward.
Andrew, I was on your mind the whole game. Come on, Andrew. Let's stop playing these games.
It's really not true.
You don't want to – and it's so –
No, I'm telling you right now, I know this bothers you. It's not true.
But if it's not
I
true,
thought of you afterward.
Why am I the first name? I know you called me out afterwards, but why am I the first conversation of topic when you wake up in the morning and be on the radio?
That's not true. I reacted to the game. I reacted to the game. I talked about the Eagles. I have an Eagles topic. I didn't bring you up right away. I took great joy. I took great joy that your team lost yesterday. I will be honest. I took great joy. I was rooting all hell for Kansas City. I did not want your squad to win.
You and all of America was. You and all of America.
Absolutely.
You know what's
so what you're saying is, was it fixed? Well, they did it for America. They did it for Taylor.
I didn't say it was fixed. Who said it was fixed?
Some of your players last year said it was fixed in the NFC Championship game. So I'm just wondering.
I'm going to tell you this, man. All of America is salty that the 49ers are a great team, especially Eagles fans, that you guys have to come on our page and flood it with,
That's what you guys did all last season. Hello, pot, meet kettle. Come on, dude. You guys did that all last year for an entire offseason. God, we might actually be more alike than you think. It's just because we're on different coasts. It's the East Coast, West Coast battle. We might be more alike than you think because you did the exact same crap all off season. I gave you credit for calling in today. I do give you credit for calling in today. Did not expect it. Was expecting you to call in week 5 when the Niners are eventually 5-0 because you're going to be a good team again next year. But don't give me this whole, we're always on your mind. No. Come on now. Let's call a spade here. You called in the first thing after the NFC Championship game into Philadelphia. You didn't even celebrate with your own people, your own West Coasters. Now you had to call East Coast. Come on, man. Come on now. Let's call a spade. All right, Daryl Morey joined the John Kincaid Show earlier today. Here was the conversation, and afterward, I'm going to ask you a question, so listen closely. I'm going to ask you a question based off of the interview for your chance to win Sixers tickets. Here's Daryl Morey earlier today.
I want to start out with everything that happens with this team, as you well know and we all know, falls under the umbrella of Joel Embiid's health. So kind of a two-part question. Do you have the idea of him coming back or the hope of him coming back? And then how do you handle this time off with him while he's recuperating?
Yeah, it's the hope, but, the hope is, we feel that's the right plan to take. Obviously, we added to the team in Buddy Hield campaign and, hopefully a buyout here shortly that we'll be able to announce. We feel like that's the right path. With the additions, we have as good a chance as anyone in the East.
Daryl, can you take us through a little bit of how you woke up on trade deadline day and what plan you had in your head? And I'm sure that you realize there's always going to be detours and off-ramps that you're going to have to maneuver, and how the day actually went.
Yeah, so we had actually worked pretty hard to do some business early on Wednesday that just didn't come together. So we actually started anew on Thursday. We did not think Buddy was going to move actually on Thursday, but it was a good thing it did. Once we were able to lock in the Buddy Hield move, then we looked for other moves that could help us both either now or into the future. So, yeah, it was a little bit of a tense one because we went into Thursday with really all the key things that we thought were going to be available sort of off the board, and then Indiana looped back on the Buddy Hield possibility.
Daryl, the hope obviously is to keep head above water, and then maybe even more so than that while Joel Embiid is sidelined. But you're also dealing with many more injuries, sickness obviously they'll overcome. But the other injuries that you're dealing with, how full of a team do you expect to have during this time that you need to kind of tread water without Joel Embiid?
Yeah, another chance to be great tonight. To your point, we've had 4 of our 5 starters. We had our main 5 was really right there with the best in the league at the start of the year with Joel playing. I think we're a bit of a mash unit through the All-Star break, it's looking like, although there's a chance a couple of guys may come back in these last few games. But we're hoping to hit the ground running after the All-Star break with mostly everyone minus Joel, and then Joel at some point after that.
Some point after that, Daryl, with best case scenario, just play it out for us a little bit. We hear 4 to 6 weeks. I've said on this airwaves that I don't know if 4 to 6 means after 4 or 6 weeks, that's when he starts doing work, or if that's when he gets reevaluated. Is there work being done now from the time he got operated on until that 4 to 6 week period with him as far as maybe basketball stuff?
Yeah, I mean, there's work now. Rehab is tough. So, everyone should appreciate Joel. He's just focused on doing everything he can to get well and get back this season. We can't really put a timetable on it, just to say that we're hopeful, and we know Joel will do everything he needs to do to get back out there. And I think he's very excited about what Buddy Hield can bring and campaign, and hopefully we'll be able to announce a buyout here in not too long as well.
President of Basketball Operations, Daryl Morey of your Philadelphia 76ers, joining us on your flagship station, 97.5 The Fanatic. Daryl, why is Nick Nurse the guy to navigate this organization right now through these choppy waters?
Yeah, I mean, fortunately for us, unfortunately with all the players we have out, Nick, I would say, I'd be shocked if I'm wrong, has the most experience of any NBA head coach of dealing with guys in and out of lineups. He, as folks know, he's cut his teeth playing at every level of basketball, where some nights you have a different 3-4 guys almost every night, whether that be in the G League or the British Basketball League or all the different places he's been. So we're pretty excited to see how Nick's going to get creative here to get us through. Obviously, it's been tough sledding lately, but glad we got the win last night and hope to build on it tonight against a very tough Cavaliers team.
Worst kept secret in the city, Daryl, about your hopefully signing a buyout person. Should that person be who we think it is, what are you looking for from?
Well, you're allowed to talk about it. I just can't say.
Right. Okay. So if there is a certain guard, Kyle Lowry, coming to this team, what does a guard, an older guard that might not have, all the skills that they used to have, how is that beneficial to this team?
Yeah, generally the players who get bought out are a little bit farther along in their career. Suffice to say, we wouldn't add someone we didn't think had a lot left. We feel he's an absolute upgrade, and the reasons why players do leave. Some of them are just like those teams want to move on, but sometimes it's they have a trade and there's no other way for them to do the trade except to move that salary. So it really isn't reflective on their quality of play.
Daryl, I know how hard you've worked to try to really get your finger on the pulse of this town and understanding this fan base and the frustrations that this fan base has felt over the last 4 decades. Is how do you balance out that, knowing what your consumers and what your fan base wants with what is best for the long-term plan, especially in a year that has been as rocky as this with as many obstacles put in your path?
You said that in a nice way. That
I was taught to do that, Daryl.
Yeah, no, I appreciate. I think the wonderful thing is Philly fans are so passionate, and when I walk around Center City, they all let me have it in good ways and fun ways. And look, I think it's just by keeping an eye on the prize, what is the right thing for the team. And I really have to not focus on, past things that the fans got upset with. If it takes us away from doing the right thing, if it takes us away from building, the best team possible to win the championship. But I do recognize it. I do understand it. When the history with the Celtics, all these kinds of things, I understand it, but I think the bigger mistake would be to not do the moves necessary that will help us win.
Daryl, if you were one of those 76ers fans and you were looking at Daryl Morey, would you say that he's got a great job ahead of him because he has Embiid and Maxey and a lot of money to go forward? Or, God, it's got to be frustrating because Embiid can't seem to stay healthy, and you're just trying to pad things together until he does?
Oh, it's for sure the former in that, some players get as Joel, lots of front office folks go their whole career and not work with someone as great as Joel. I've had the good fortune of had many great players, but Joel for sure, when he's going well, is the best one I've worked with. So, we, even though things get tough, and especially during losing streaks, it's tough. We're blessed every day to have such a great player.
With all of these expiring contracts that you have on this team right now, there are a lot of people are saying, next year's going to be a lot of turnaround, and that could be it. But are there some people on this roster that you would consider or maybe even likely have back next year under different contracts?
Look, we're an extremely good team. The one thing the cap room gives you is optionality in that if there is, one of the top few players in the league that comes available, we can go after that player. But to your point, we have 3, 4, 5, 6 players on this roster who for sure you're like, hey, this player we'd love to keep around because they add so much. So, people are making a little bit too much about the turnover.
Would you say Tobias Harris might be one of those players?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Tobias has given us great minutes. And, for sure he's someone I could see with a future here as well.
How about the Tyrese Maxey extension? I'm sure you guys have already been working on that. Is that something you can speak to, that we can expect to be an easy process and one of the building blocks of this next summer coming up?
Pretty sure I can't directly talk about that, but I can say that our plans are for Tyrese to be here for a very, very, very long time. 3 varies.
That makes him 3 varies. That's very good.
So, Daryl, moving forward now, just right as you go along here, I don't know what the long-term, and maybe you do or don't, can fill us in on DeAnthony Melton, on Nick Batum, where their injuries might take them moving forward. And does that lend you to do even more? I think you have a couple more buyouts you could do. Does that lend you to want to do more that way?
Well, speaking of guys that we think are really good potentially in the future, Melton and Batum as well. Look, we have some flexibility. We created that. If a player comes available, we'll go for it. We felt like, there was one key player that we really had to get, and we saved our mid-level one. People were, again, Philly fans were correctly honest, like, hey, why didn't you use your mid-level? Well, it's for this reason right here that we had hoped someone would be available where our extra money we could give them would make a difference. So that was the key one. At least right now, obviously we'll be adding some players by buyout, but I think in terms of like players who will contribute in the rotation, it's pretty likely just the one, and the others will be used for either shoring up backups, to your point, or potentially a signing that has a future component with a younger player.
What do you find are most people in the process of like ring chasing or something like that when it comes to the veteran buyout market?
Yeah, I think there's two main types, ring chasers, to your point. And then there's just, guys who want to get minutes out there prior to getting into free agency. So they're not as worried about the team they go to. They're just hoping to get some role on some team that allows them to show what they can do still in free agency.
Daryl, should you get Joel Embiid back, say, I don't know, late March, mid-March, and he's able to do a little playoff run for you, and everybody else gets healthy, you might have a bench with Oubre and DeAnthony Melton coming off it. That's a little bit better. You have a new starting lineup, a shooter. Where does your lineup, if all healthy at the end of the year, stack up with, let's say, the top teams in the East right now?
Yeah, I think it's right there. I think just given how the Celtics are playing, I think you have to go in saying they're the favorite. But after the Celtics, we feel like we are better than everyone in the East, fully healthy.
All right, there he is, President of Basketball Operations for the Philadelphia 76ers, Daryl Morey, who's on with the John Kincaid Show earlier today. You can hear that again on 97.5, thefanatic.com. A lot to unpack from that. So coming up next, I'll reset what we've had going on with the Eagles so far, because we've been talking Eagles and the approach that Howie Roseman should have with the defense this offseason. We have a poll running about that specific question. So I'll update you on the poll. We'll talk more a little bit about the Super Bowl yesterday, because obviously it's the big event. We all watched it, so we can all talk about it. And some of the stuff from Daryl Morey's interview on the John Kincaid Show, and talking about the roster now and in the future. Tobias Harris might see another year in a Sixers uniform. Oh, boy. We'll talk about that next. But as I said, I have a pair of Sixers tickets to give away for Wednesday night. Sixers battle the Heat at the Wells Fargo Center. To purchase tickets for any 76ers game, visit Ticketmaster.com/76ers. The first caller on the contest line to get this question correctly, 215-263-0975, will win the tickets. So you have to get the question correctly, the answer. So Nick Nurse, they were talking about Nick Nurse and how he has to deal with a bunch of lineup changes because of all the injuries that the Sixers have been dealing with. Daryl Morey said Nick Nurse is accustomed to this after coaching in the G League. And what other league? What was that other league? The first caller to get it correctly on the contest line, 215-263-0975. Silvana is in the back today. If you get it correctly, you will win the pair of tickets for Wednesday night's game against the Sixers and Heat. Coming up next, like I said, we'll unpack the conversation with Daryl Morey. We'll talk more about the Eagles and the Super Bowl, all right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Chiefs go back-to-back. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Jackson Hewitt at Marriage Who Does Your Taxes. Why are people saying, "Hugh, yeah," to Jackson Hewitt? Find out before it's too late. Hurry into Jackson Hewitt today. Andy Reid and the Chiefs beat the 49ers 25-22 in overtime of the Super Bowl. The Chiefs won their second consecutive title and third in the last 5 years. All three of those victories featured a 10-point deficit in the Super Bowl as the Chiefs once again came from behind to beat the 49ers. The 49ers had taken the lead in overtime with the field goal to start it, but Patrick Mahomes found Mecole Hardman after marching down the field in the end zone for the game-winning touchdown on that ensuing possession. Mahomes threw for 333 yards and 2 touchdowns. Travis Kelce had 9 catches for 93 yards in the win. The 49ers now are ringless since that 1994 season. In Eagles news, it's been reported that edge rusher Hassan Reddick has been given permission to seek a trade as he enters the last year of his contract. The pass rusher has been incredibly productive over his 2 seasons with the Birds, registering double-digit sacks in both of them. 76ers won over the weekend over the Wizards, 119-113. Big Ricky Council game, 19 points, 10 boards for him. Tyrese Maxey had 28. Buddy Hield had 23 in that victory over the Wizards tonight. The team is in Cleveland to face the Cavaliers. The live call will be here on 97.5 The Fanatic at 7 o'clock. Daryl Morey, who you just heard in the re-air of the conversation he had with the John Kincaid Show. You can listen to that conversation one more time at 97.5thefanatic.com. I'm Ray Dunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Tyrone Johnson, Ricky Batalico, and Jen Scordo. The best show ever. Listen weekday afternoons 2 to 6. The Eagles, the Phillies, the Sixers, and the Flyers. We have you covered all day, every day. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Look, it's cold outside, right? Frosty, freezy in the mornings. It must be February. So if you finally had enough of the frigid drafts coming through your windows and the frustration of getting those energy bills, it's time to fight the February cold. You're going to get quality replacement windows now from Window Nation. So for this month only, replace your windows and save big with 50% off all style windows. Plus, 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 24 months. It's the shortest month of the year, but this is the best deal. The professional installation teams have over 10 years of experience. Plus, they can install your new windows in 1 day or less, and they come with a lifetime warranty. With proven quality and service, there's no wonder that thousands of homeowners trust Window Nation, and you know you can too. So don't miss out. With 50% off and 0 down, plus 0 interest and no payments for 24 months, you cannot afford to wait. And it's easy. All you do is call 866-90NATION after you've already done your window shopping online at windownation.com, and then you can schedule your free in-home estimate.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Guys, this Valentine's Day, give her the next best thing to wearing nothing at all. with soft, silky, naturally nude pajamas. Available exclusively at Pajamagram. Sexy, sultry, naturally nude feels just like her soft skin. Even more alluring than lingerie, the texture and touch of these pajamas are so seductive that you'll both love the feel of them. Leave nothing to the imagination with naturally nude pajamas. Order today and Pajamagram will include a free matching naturally nude nightie. That's a $75 saving on a best-selling holiday gift. Go to Pajamagram.com right now. Best of all, Pajamagram does the wrapping for you with free gift packaging. But you need to order today because last year they sold out before Valentine's Day. Yes, ordering today gets you a free $75 nightie. Go to Pajamagram.com right now. That's Pajamagram.com to order naturally nude pajamas. Order now.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan sea salt body wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
Get ready. This week, Staples has deals so good, you're going to want to sit down. Are you sitting? I'll wait. Great. Right now, during Staples Sit-a-thon, you can save up to $180 on select chairs. That's up to $180 off desk chairs, up to $180 off computer chairs, and up to $180 off gaming chairs. So hurry into Staples now for the Staples Sit-a-thon and grab a seat or two. Ends 3/2. In-store only. See associate for details.
Did you know that futzing with your thermostat accounts for up to 1/3 of your energy bill? Those little adjustments add up fast. You know what else adds up fast? The federal tax credits of up to $2,000, local utility rebates on new high-efficiency systems, and PICO rebates of up to $650 on qualifying gas furnaces. See dealer for details. Visit Train.com to find an independent Delaware Valley train comfort specialist near you. It's hard to stop a train.
Vidian Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is celebrating President's Day all month long and is offering the most competitive pricing on Jeeps in the Delaware Valley. Shop Vidian.com 24/7 or stop in today.
WPEN and WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studios, powering possibilities. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Andrew Salchunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It is 12:49 on the Midday Show. I'm Andrew Salchunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. 12 o'clock hour brought to us by Service First Heating and Air Conditioning. Get 0% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate when you purchase a complete heating and cooling system from Service First. Learn more at ServiceFirstHVAC.com. Coming up later this segment, ESPN.com did an interesting article or write-up or whatever you want to call it, ranking all the Super Bowl champions from 58 to 1, right? The best Super Bowl champion of all time, the team, and the worst. And so obviously I wanted to see where the Eagles were at, where the Eagles, the Super Bowl 52 team, ranked. So I'll give you that coming up in a little bit because it's an interesting concept. The only problem is the guy who wrote it up was just destroyed by anyone who covers sports, watches sports, talks about sports just last week. So we'll see how much we should actually take from this. Or shall we take it with a grain of salt? Now, before I get to the Eagles topics that we've had on, we're going to update you on the poll. And before we get to the Sixers conversation, I just need to say this. If you did not win the Sixers tickets during our giveaway, let me make it clear. You can purchase tickets at Ticketmaster.com/76ers. We also have chances to win the Sixers tickets for Wednesday night again tomorrow and Wednesday. But you can purchase tickets at Ticketmaster.com/76ers. And for you, the person that gave Silvana crap just now, shame on you, dude. Shame on you. That's all I'm saying. You know who you are. It's just completely wrong. I wish everybody could win. But to give somebody crap because you didn't win? Come on, dude. Like, what are we doing here? I know you're listening. Ticketmaster.com/76ers. That's all. You can always buy them. All right, so Daryl Morey. We replayed that interview, Ray. So here are some of my big takeaways from it. That he's going to invest heavily into this upcoming offseason, which that seemed to be the play dating back to last offseason. The question is whether or not you agree with that being the play. So the free agent class for next year is not where it once was. Pascal Siakam is off the market, you would think, right? They haven't re-upped yet in Indiana, but they made the trade, gave up all those picks. I doubt the Pacers are not going to sign an extension with Pascal Siakam. I imagine they're going to give him the max contract, right? OG Anunoby, another guy that was traded with the mindset that he's going to get a max contract with the New York Knicks. Kawhi Leonard already got the max contract with the LA Clippers. Paul George, there's still that up in the air. The names that are still available, Klay Thompson, you're not giving him a contract, right? Maybe you sign him to a 1-year deal, right? We're talking big picture. The big picture is a max contract. So here are the players available that would you give a max to, yes or no? Klay Thompson, no. Tobias Harris, no. Although Daryl Morey made it clear with the John Kincaid show that he would love to have Tobias Harris back. I can't do it, dude. I'm sorry.
A second crumble cookie location
I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't do it. I went through 5 years. I can't go with more. He's a nice player. Not on the Sixers, in my opinion. And he has not stepped up since Joel Embiid's absence, in my opinion. But okay.
If the Pistons love him so much.
Yeah, exactly.
Good luck. Oh, man. Can you imagine the bidding war there?
Yeah. Well, he'd go there for a max.
Yeah.
Why not? James Harden, no. Obviously, that's not going to happen. Pascal Siakam, no. He's going to go back to the Pacers. Gordon Hayward's not getting a max contract. DeMar DeRozan's not getting a max contract. Buddy Hield's not going to get a max, but I imagine they're going to try to do whatever they can to retain him. Mike Conley, no. He's like 95 years old. D'Angelo Russell, no. Gary Trent Jr., no. Markelle Fultz, no. Marcus Morris Sr., no. Jonas Valanciunas, obviously you should, but they're probably not going to do it. I don't know why. Malik Beasley.
I would say no.
Malik Beasley, no. Tyus Jones, no. Like, you start getting down the list, there's not many max contract guys. So here's what I imagine the play will be. They're going to try to be in the trade market next year. They have to be. Like, the Zach LaVine idea might still be alive next year if that's one route because he'll still have 2 years left on his deal. I think that's what they end up doing. Unless there is a guy out there with a player option that opts out and the Sixers would be interested in. That's why I read the LeBron thing. Now, you're not going to give LeBron James a max contract, but if you're just tuning in, Mark Stein was reporting that LeBron is still open to going to whoever drafts Bronny, right? And LeBron has a player option for $51.4 million with the Lakers. he would opt out and sign with whatever team drafts Bronny James. But that's a whole different conversation, right? Like I want to talk about long-term thing here. So Embiid's still going to be here. You're going to sign Tyrese Maxey to the max contract, and then there's that one spot left. So they're going to have to make a trade. But that's what he's banking on at this point. It's the only thing you can bank on. You can't, there's nobody else that you're going to go after that's going to get that max slot, and you don't want to lose that max slot. So that's what the Sixers are going to do. That's kind of what we have to be on board for. And then I do appreciate that he said people are making too much of the turnover, because I was one of them, right? Like, I was talking about how the trades, you should just trade for anybody because you have only 3 guys under contract, now 2, because you traded Jaden Springer. All you have under contract next season is Joel Embiid and Paul Turner. Jesus.
That's right.
Paul Reed.
Paul the Burner Turner, baby.
Oh, my God. Paul.
That's right. Paul Turner's hooping now.
Idiot. Paul Reed. They're basically the same player. Oh, I shouldn't have said that.
No, that's a shock for you.
You have
that's disrespectful.
So you have 2 guys under contract next year, Joel Embiid and Paul Reed. And you know Tyrese Maxey's going to come back. He straight up mentioned DeAnthony Melton and Nicholas Batum, guys that he would like to bring back next year.
Which is just a great pairing of 2. You know, I'm looking forward to the long-term prospects of the future of 35-year-old Nico Batum. As a big a Batum guy as anyone out there, but come on.
So I don't know. Like, he basically laid out the plan for you. It's whether or not you like the plan. Where are you lying on here, Ray?
I mean, putting all my eggs in the offseason basket to me seems, like I'm trying to walk away from this season. I feel like I'm so locked in the here and now of what this team could be when you get Embiid back and trying to figure out how the pieces fit and how all the pieces look. And really, Bob continues to bang this drum, and it's very fair of him to keep doing it. This team just getting healthy, and that's not just Embiid. Finding out what they have with this group right now, finding out whether or not this group will be on the floor together when it counts before I start thinking about interchangeable parts. I get concerned with the amount of money you have, and the stupid money phrase was thrown around with a different franchise in this town, but not that I think they will be stupid with their money, but NBA contracts, we know how some guys can be compensated beyond what you would expect for their talent level. If you look at an offseason as open, we have to put something together in place now, and there's not the pieces to do it in the free agent market that makes sense. I get worried about where the money could go and how that could be built out.
I mean, it basically comes down to, are you upset they didn't trade for Siakam and OG, right? Because after that, you weren't going to. There wasn't anybody else that you were going to trade for. Nobody else was available,
right?
You
ended up making
Zach LaVine was talked about for a while, but Zach LaVine got hurt, and then he didn't end up moving. He's staying in Chicago for the time being. Before the season started, what would you have done differently? Like, the James Harden trade didn't happen until the regular season started. So there wasn't anything else you could have really done during the offseason. So I say, are you happy with the plan or not? But really, it's the only plan at this point. Like, based off of what happened, unless you wanted Siakam or OG. Other than that, it's what you have to do.
Right. I think a lot of people came into this season looking for something splashier at the deadline. And while you are correct, they acquired the best player that moved at the deadline, like moved on that day.
Right.
They got the best player.
Right, that day, not OG, not Pascal Siakam. Yeah.
I did say it last week, and it's something that I'm growing more and more concerned about the more I think about it, that whether you were outmaneuvered by New York throughout the last couple months, and that's going to end up coming back to haunt you.
The Knicks are going to be legit contenders.
Right. That's part of my concern, because when we talked about the East was 3 teams.
Right.
It was, can someone get to the level of these 3? And the Sixers are there because they have
those 3 was
the
Sixers,
MVP.
Bucks, Celtics. Now it's Cavs are thrown in the mix all of a sudden.
Right. Knicks are
and
in
then
there.
Of course the Knicks.
And the Pacers made a move for Siakam that makes you think that they want to compete.
You can never count out the Heat, right? Like,
God,
they
do it again this year.
They can be the
10th
seed.
I can't do.
Win the play-in tournament. You can't count them out.
I won't be able to stomach it.
But yeah, it's ultimately, I think, it goes back to what the trade deadline was. Started off great, and then you kind of felt deflated afterward.
And the question is, if those moves happened in reverse order, If the day ended with the Buddy Hield deal versus started with the Buddy Hield deal,
Right.
how
Buddy
do you
Hield
feel about
started,
that?
you're at a high, and then it kind of just kept on going down, and
You're waiting for the big,
you
waiting for the big.
you eventually traded away the players that, well, obviously Morris is a part of that trade, but, the Patrick Beverly emotional attachment trade.
Right.
Like, if that happened earlier, but then you got Hield out of it. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I wonder if it happened in reverse order, if that would have made people
And I do think
little bit
people
more
are
happy.
slowly coming around to the campaign.
Well, because Campaign and Buddy Hield both dropped 20-plus in their first game.
Yeah.
Our man, the Guru, I sent you his
That's
tweet.
true.
Our man, the Guru, right away, first day, the two of them playing. Oh, I might have been wrong about this. Yeah, let's not freak out after one thing every time. All right, so if you had any reaction to the Daryl Morey interview, we'd love to hear from you, 610-632-0975. The Eagles talking points that we have going on today. We reacted to the Super Bowl from a game level, how you compare the Eagles to the 49ers and the Chiefs, and if the Eagles are close to those two teams. Because let's face it, all jokes aside, because I'm obviously thrilled the 49ers lost. Our man Omar called in earlier today with the same old dribble, but I do appreciate the fact that he called. I respect it. They've been back. Right? They keep on getting back. The Chiefs are a dynasty. Are the Eagles close to those two teams? Because you need to compare the teams to see where you're at. And defensively, clearly they're nowhere close. So that then leads to the main topic that we had going on. What should Howie Roseman do with the defense this offseason? Do you want them to swing for the fences because you do have a window open right now because you have a lot of talent offensively, but swinging for the fences is making trades. Trading your draft picks for high-priced players, guys that are going to get signed for big money or may already have big money. Signing free agents to big money deals and putting a lot of eggs in the basket of these high-priced players defensively. Right? You think about what the Rams did a few years ago. The Rams traded everything. The Rams won a Super Bowl, right? Nobody was worried about the next year after they won the Super Bowl. You were just, let's go back to the Russell Wilson thing a few years ago, right? So the Eagles have obviously lucked out not trading for Russell Wilson, but people didn't want to trade for Russell Wilson because, oh my God, the cap 5 years from now. I don't care about 5 years from now. I want to win, right? The only problem is I've gone through this now with the Eagles twice. One amount to two Super Bowl. I love it. I'm not complaining about the years thereafter. But then you lost 2 Super Bowls ago, and now look at what happened last year. I've seen it happen twice now where after they went big and made all these trades and signed these guys to big deals and signed guys to one-year deals, it then fell apart afterward. So should the Eagles swing for the fences this offseason with players defensively, or should they do a youth movement and be patient? The poll we have running on the midday account, 975 Middays, with plenty of changes on defense expected for the Eagles. Would you prefer the Eagles go younger and be patient, or should they swing for the fences and go after big names? 58% say go young, be patient. 42% say swing for the fences. Now, my question for the 58%. See, I got levels to this conversation. It's one thing to say go young, be patient on February 12th. If the season kicks off and the Eagles are averaging 30 points a game, but they're 1-3, or they're 2-2, and they've lost 33-30 in 2 of those games, 3 of those games, because the defense looks young, how quickly will you lose your patience? Now, Ray is a swing for the fences guy, and that's great. That's cool. I don't think you're wrong if you think that way, because I pointed it out. The offense has a lot of talent. They signed or hired their top 2 coordinators, right? Shefty said it on this show. Fangio was number 1 on their list defensively. Kellen Moore, number 1 on their list offensively. They hired both of them. They didn't hire those guys for a rebuild. They hired those guys to win. So I would love to hear from you what side of the fence you're on. Go young, be patient, or swing for the fences. 610-632-0975. So this article on ESPN.com, Ray, I found pretty interesting. They ranked all 58 Super Bowl teams. So number 58, the worst among all the Super Bowl teams, was the 1970 Baltimore Colts.
How dare he?
They went 14-2-1 that year.
And they're 58th.
The second worst was the Giants team in 2011. that ultimately went 13-7. So it is not based off of record. It is based off of Ray DVOA.
Your boy.
And the guy who wrote the article is the guy who invented DVOA, Aaron Schatz. It's Shots. I heard him say it, but Schatz is more fun sometimes. Well, anyways.
He's found himself in some hot water.
So the reason why I bring up his name, last week when the MVP voting came out, he voted Lamar Jackson third. And who was it? Josh Allen 1, Dak Prescott 2?
Yes.
Lamar Jackson was one first place vote away from winning the MVP unanimously. But he didn't get 49 first place votes and a second place vote. No, he got 49 first place votes and a third place vote. This is what's wrong with these analytic nerds. That's what it is. Come on, us football guys, all 50 would have voted Lamar Jackson. But no, some would have voted offensive lineman. Like Lane Johnson. Remember Shefty said that? Lane Johnson could have won MVP.
I'd vote for him.
So he based this off of DVOA, which is defense adjusted value over average. So where do the Eagles rank, you wonder? The team that won the Super Bowl. The Philadelphia Eagles that won Super Bowl 52. You want to take a guess where they ranked among 58 Super Bowl champions?
23.
Nope.
30.
You're going in the right direction.
35.
Nope.
42.
Back down. 39.
Wow.
39. 16-3. Here was the write-up. The Eagles were 11-2 and third in DVOA through Week 14 when MVP candidate Carson Wentz got hurt in a win over the Rams. In came Nick Foles, who won the next two games before the Eagles lost a meaningless Week 17 game with Nick Sudfeld playing quarterback. Still.
Did you say Nick?
Nate Sudfeld. Oh. Did I say Nick? I'm sorry.
I was ready to jump on the guy. Never mind.
Still, the Eagles had dropped to fifth in DVOA even without the Sudfeld game. A close 15-10 victory over the Falcons in the divisional round didn't really stoke excitement that Foles would be able to lead the Eagles to a title. Then came the NFC Championship, a 38-7 dismantling of the Vikings that has the seventh highest single DVOA of any game since 1981. How about that? Top 10, Ray. Finally, Foles and the Eagles destroyed the New England defense in Super Bowl 52, while the Eagles defense withstood maybe Brady's best Super Bowl performance ever. The result, a 41-33 win and an Eagles championship. So I don't know if you take anything from this because it's DVOA and it has nothing to do with just look at this roster versus that roster. But they have the Eagles 39. In case you were wondering, the number one team was the Washington Redskins at the time, now Commanders, in 1991. They finished with a 53.9%. Whatever that, I don't even know what the percentage means. But that team's number one. The 85 Bears were number two. So arguably the greatest team of all time was not number one based off of this guy's numbers that he created.
What you're taking here and what they're trying to do here is you're taking every single play from the season. You're taking the down and distance. You're taking the success rate of what they got there, and you're putting that as compared to the league average. So the 53%, that's their percentage over the league average of that year. It's a dominance factor, really.
Okay.
And the Eagles, the season, it's funny they were third when Wentz got hurt because I'm trying to, in my brain, piece together which ones what teams were above them at that time. I'm wondering if the Rams were the darlings at that moment.
Probably, yeah.
I do love how Nick Foles confuses the nerds. It's one of the all-time things because I have a friend who's very into analytics and is very into that, but also loves Nick Foles, and it's one of the great battles of my brain to figure out how he can have a hand in both pots on that one, where big Nick Foles guy and also big with the analytics. But yeah, the nerds will forever be confused by that Nick Foles run because they did not. I mean, none of us saw it coming, but the underlying numbers would tell you Nick Foles isn't going to do X, Y, and Z. He has that Vikings game, which will forever be legendary. And then the PFF folks will have him as the top of their Super Bowl performances probably for a good long time. Because, I think they grade him out as a 90-something in that game over top of, fill-in-the-blank Super Bowl performances. Nick Foles, it's awesome to just see him name-dropped. You saw the Jennings touchdown. He got name-dropped in the Super Bowl with Jennings being the first one to throw and catch one since Foles. Foles gets name-dropped with the performance against the Vikings and then the Super Bowl grade because, again, you wouldn't believe that was going to happen, but it did.
Right. Now, by the way, the Saints were the number 1 DVOA team that year. That makes more sense.
Yes.
So the Saints were number 1 that year.
Minneapolis Miracle.
Here's how dumb this thing is. All I looked up was DVOA leaders 2017. I can't get one anywhere. I like it seriously. That should be the first thing that pops up. But no, because it's a made-up stat for whatever reason. But the New Orleans Saints were the highest DVOA team. The Bills were this year's. So it doesn't mean that you win Super Bowls necessarily with having a high DVOA, a stat that is completely made up. By the way, I found it interesting. In this DVOA article thing, only one team post-2000 was in the top 10, and that was the 04 Patriots that, of course, beat the Philadelphia Eagles. Only one team post-2000. Like, what does that mean?
It was a better game back then.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it makes me think of our caller Ralph earlier that stopped watching after the 49ers kicked the field goal.
I can't believe that, by the way. I love Ralph. I can't believe
He stopped watching.
It's like Uncle Frank saying he doesn't watch the halftime show.
Yeah.
Stop.
Well, he basically did hashtag not my Super Bowl champs because the Chiefs had a chance to win after the 49ers kicked the field goal.
They put in a rule to stop the Chiefs.
Exactly.
Ends up working out for the Chiefs.
Unbelievable. All right, the number to climb in is 610-632-0975. We have one segment left. We'll continue talking about everything that we've had on the table so far. Also, some more reaction to the Super Bowl yesterday because we've actually had a pretty heavy day in terms of Eagles and Sixers that we haven't really focused so much on some of the fun yesterday. I know Ray hit on some of the bets I threw his way, like some of those prop bets. You're killing it with the halftime show, man. I'm very proud of you.
Yeah, the white top, man. Everyone, no way. Yeah.
I thought he was going to wear black, and he did. Did he wear sunglasses? I forget when he first
came out later with the sunglasses.
Oh, okay. So he didn't start with the sunglasses.
That was disappointing. Okay. I got to be honest.
But we'll react to some of the Super Bowl festivities that took place yesterday. Jason Kelsey, by the way, just continues to be an absolute legend league-wide at this point. I'm Andrew Salchunas. It's the Midday Show. It's a Fanatic Monday presented by Pierce Phelps, Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopayBryant.com for flexible spending options on a new heating and cooling system. I'm Andrew Salchunas. The Midday Show right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The finale of football season. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Jackson Hewitt. It matters who does your taxes. Why are people saying Hugh yeah to Jackson Hewitt? Find out before it's too late. Hurry into Jackson Hewitt today. Andy Reid and the Chiefs beat the 49ers 25-22 in overtime in the Super Bowl last night. The Chiefs won their second consecutive title and third of the last 5 years. All three of those titles featured a double-digit deficit in the Super Bowl as the Chiefs once again came from behind to beat the 49ers. 49ers had taken lead in overtime with the field goal to start it, but Patrick Mahomes found Mecole Hardman in the end zone for the game-winning touchdown on the ensuing possession. Mahomes threw for 333 yards and 2 touchdowns. Travis Kelce had 9 catches for 93 yards in the win, and the 49ers now ringless since the 1994 season. In Eagles news, it's been reported that edge rusher Hassan Reddick has been given permission to seek a trade as he enters the last year of his contract. The pass rusher has been incredibly productive with the Birds, back-to-back double-digit sack seasons, and now, of course, give it a chance to seek a trade again, looking for a new deal. 76ers with a win over the weekend over the Wizards, 119-113. Ricky Council, big game, 19 points, 10 boards. Tyrese Maxey scored 28 points. Buddy Hield had 23 points. Tonight, the team is in Cleveland. Face the Cavaliers. The live goal will be here on 97.5 The Fanatic at 7 o'clock. Daryl Morey was on with the John Kincaid Show. You'll be able to listen to that one again at 97.5thefanatic.com. I'm Ray Dunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
When breaking sports news happens in Philly, we have you covered. Live updates, press conferences, insight, perspective, and your reaction. This is 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day for your business. It's a big day for the network keeping it all connected. That is, if it can handle the pressure.
Next in line, please.
So is it possible to get business internet you can really count on? It is. with 99.9% network reliability from Comcast Business. It's like this neat little bow.
Do you like that gift wrap?
Really ties it all together. Reliable internet for your business. It's not just possible, it's happening. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $1,000 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today to switch to Comcast Business. Ends 2/21/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 50 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Hey, it's John Marks. Growing up here, I know that the fans get the last word. The fans have spoken, and real Philly sports fans love the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only online casino and sportsbook app that I recommend. 24/7 live casino action. Join me now and download the BetParx app, and all your favorite casino games are right at your fingertips. Bet on all your favorite sports. Philly hoops, Philly hockey, college basketball, and more. Odds, bets, slots, and games right in your pocket. Play the hottest online slots or play blackjack, roulette, baccarat, or Texas Hold'em with a live dealer right on your phone. Get winning on the BetParx app. It's so simple. New users, join me right now. Just download the app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're not a winner in your first 24 hours. Details on the BetParx app or at betparx.com. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Guys, this Valentine's Day, give her the next best thing to wearing nothing at all. With soft, silky, naturally nude pajamas. Available exclusively at Pajamagram. Sexy, sultry, naturally nude feels just like her soft skin. Even more alluring than lingerie, the texture and touch of these pajamas are so seductive that you'll both love the feel of them. Leave nothing to the imagination with naturally nude pajamas. Order today, and Pajamagram will include a free matching naturally nude nightie. That's a $75 saving on a best-selling holiday gift. Go to Pajamagram.com right now. Best of all, Pajamagram does the wrapping for you with free gift packaging. But you need to order today because last year they sold out before Valentine's Day. Yes, ordering today gets you a free $75 nightie. Go to Pajamagram.com right now. That's Pajamagram.com to order naturally nude pajamas. Order now.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I've always gotten tons of UTIs. Cranberry products never worked for me, and I was desperate for a way to be proactive. I'm Jenna Ryan, CEO and founder of Eucora. We've worked with doctors to develop effective urinary tract health products. Just mix a packet of Eucora with water and drink it when you need support, like right after intimacy. Eucora is helping over 100,000 women stay healthy. Ready to join them? Get 30% off at eucora.com/radio. That's UQORA.com/radio.
Nothing slows my little girl down, except a stuffy nose.
Mommy.
That's why I use Sinex Children's Saline from Vicks. Sinex instantly clears mucus in everyday stuffy little noses with a gentle, ultra-fine mist designed for kids. Just Sinex? Breathe. Her stuffy nose is gone for now. And so is she.
Sinex Children's Saline. Sinex, breathe. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Is switching your wireless service to Total by Verizon easy?
Totalmente.
And you get unlimited 5G data, $25 a line for 4 lines on the unlimited plan, at an amazing price, with no contracts. Should you switch to Total by Verizon? Definitely.
Totalmente.
Find a store or switch suavemente at totalbyverizon.com. Monthly rate when you activate without a pay, plus taxes and fees. Discount begins the month after you enroll. Additional terms apply. See website for data management practices.
Want to hear a jingle? Yeah, neither do we. This commercial break is brought to you jingle-free by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You might think this is what a construction site sounds like, or a commercial kitchen, or a monster truck rally, but it's actually just an old heating system. What's it sound like to us? A real waste of energy. If you're looking for ways to save, Pico has energy answers, like heating and cooling rebates for switching to eligible Energy Star equipment to make your home or business more efficient, so you can save energy and money. For even more ways to save for your home or business, visit pico.com/ways to save.
Hey, you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic right now, and you're hearing about all these great opportunities from our sponsors. What would it feel like to listen and hear us talking about your business? More importantly, how will you feel when your phone rings with people saying, I heard you on 97.5 The Fanatic? Find out how you can make that happen. Send an email to marketing@975thefanatic.com. That's marketing@975thefanatic.com. The next commercial you hear could be yours.
On your way home this afternoon, the best show ever starting at 2. Now more with Andrew Salchunas on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It is 122, 97.5 The Fanatic. Final segment for yours truly today. Andrew Salchunas on the Midday Show. Best show ever coming your way at 2 o'clock. So make sure you check out Tyrone and Ricky and Jen as they also react to Super Bowl 58 and have a lot of stuff in store for you. 1 o'clock hour brought to us by Ferguson HVAC Line Conklin. Attention HVAC contractors for equipment, parts, supplies for heating and cooling jobs at one of Ferguson's counter locations in Bensalem, King of Prussia, Pennsauken, or Westchester. Before I reset what we've had going on today and before we react a little bit more to the Super Bowl, because we haven't really done too much Super Bowl reaction in terms of stuff that happened other than the game itself. Ray, have you taken a look at the weather for tomorrow?
Oh, no.
I guess that means no. How about a 100% chance of snow?
When?
Beginning at 8 o'clock. Right during commute time, Ray. And the 100% continues throughout 9 o'clock. 90% at 10. 80 at 11 and 40 at 12. Now, come 12, it's going to be a high of 36. Come 1, it's going to be a high of 39. So it might melt by the time we get out of here. But your morning commute might not be all that pleasant, Ray.
Yeah, my morning commute or me trying to get to where I need to be for Wednesday could be impacted by that.
No, you should be all right. If it's going up, if tomorrow's high is 44.
Mm-hmm.
So it should. You're flying out Wednesday?
No.
Oh, you're flying out
tomorrow.
Oh, God, I'm sorry.
What a world. What a world. This will be fun.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, good luck.
Thanks. Appreciate that one. Look forward to that.
I figured I'd give you the weather update.
Yeah. Yeah, no, really excited to drive the Avalon through the snow tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then have to drive to,
Yeah. All right. Well, everybody drive safely tomorrow.
Yeah.
During the not so great commute. Good thing I gave you that duster.
You did. Yeah, that's going to come in handy.
I don't know if that'll help the runway.
That's not clearing the runway. That's for sure. That is for sure. So I'm looking for. I also have one of the all-time travel pet peeves tomorrow.
What's that?
I am flying north to fly south.
Oh, you have a layover.
Yeah.
Or connecting.
Connecting.
Yeah.
I am getting on a flight to New York to then fly south.
Yeah, it sucks.
And that's just the nature of the thing. It's nobody's fault. But
it makes no sense, but it does when you think about it, because that's where the flights are heading out. Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Well,
in the snow, too. Snow. So I'm going to fly.
You're flying north into the snow, probably.
That's probably it, yes. So.
All right, safe travels.
Appreciate you doing that to me today.
Safe travel. Well, I'm giving you the heads up.
That's why I don't look at the weather. This is why I don't acknowledge.
All right. So the Super Bowl yesterday, a couple things. So earlier today, I asked the question whether or not the Super Bowl got too big. We actually had a caller complain about the new overtime rule, and he's basically looking at it as the 49ers were the winners of the Super Bowl. He stopped watching after the 49ers kicked the field goal, not because he didn't know. It was out of protest. He didn't want to watch the rest of the Super Bowl. It's just amazing. Which he said he started. Here's how I did. Hold on a second. Here's why I don't buy it. Now, I don't know how old his grandkids are. So maybe Ralph can call back just to let Silvana know. But our caller Ralph earlier today, out of protest, did not watch the rest of the Super Bowl after the 49ers kicked the field goal because, today's society where everyone gets a trophy. Actually, the 49ers didn't get a trophy. So we should look at it that way. 49ers did not win the trophy. So only one team got the trophy. Only one team got the Lombardi yesterday. He said he turned it off and played with his grandkids. Game ended around 10 o'clock last night, right? How
11?
11. I question that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
I'm thinking context clues. I mean, I know at some point, when I was a kid, stayed up for the entirety of the Super Bowl and, got my ass kicked out of bed the next morning because it's a tragedy that the Monday after the Super Bowl isn't a national holiday. I remember as a kid, if you want to stay up and watch the game, you got to wake up for school the next day. So maybe the grandkids are off today. I don't know. I just found that pretty interesting that the grandkids were still up and playing. So one thing we haven't even brought up once, Travis Kelce, dude, bumping into Big Red. Oof. Not a good look. Not a good look at all. Did you see A.J. Brown's tweet?
I did see that. Did you see the follow-up?
Yeah, he said it wasn't his tweet. And then Darius Slay put out a tweet saying, I just talked to A.J. That wasn't him. That's not true. I don't buy it.
You don't buy it?
No, I don't buy it.
I mean, I would think that the thought process would be there.
Why would somebody hack A.J. Brown's account to put out that tweet? Because wasn't A.J. Brown off Twitter still up until that point?
I don't know when he's on. To keep track of when all these guys are on and off of social media, to me, would be a lot. I think, he says it's not him. It probably was him.
It was him.
I mean, I can imagine
he
him
didn't want to
having
get
that
fined.
thought.
He didn't want to get fined.
It's wrong,
but anyways, it was a bit much. Now I get it. It was Super Bowl. He's passionate. It was a bit much.
It was too much.
You can't be bumping it. You can't be bumping in a Big Red like that, man.
I think some people's distaste for Travis Kelce is misplaced, and that this goes to the fuel for their fire. But it was too much. That was you can't be doing that.
No.
You need understand.
And there's gonna be people that are saying, well, he's passionate, blah blah. But when AJ Brown has a blow up,
that's
on the
exactly
sideline,
it.
It's he's a diva.
Correct.
You
got to keep the energy for Kelce there. He was in the wrong.
It was
very clearly
it was not right, and he could be upset, and he could bark with Andy Reid. That was meathead.
You just don't push the coach.
Right.
I don't need you physically going up to and bumping into your coach.
No,
you
and
could be upset.
forget that it's Andy Reid. Like any coach, like you can't be doing that.
Also, first quarter, I know it could have cost you.
Right? Yeah, that was early on.
For second quarter, it was early on in the game. There's still a lot of time. If anyone should know, it should be the Chiefs. I mean, my goodness, I don't know.
Right, they've come back
you had the thought
a couple
while
of times
it was happening.
now.
Yeah, first thing that was said at the Super Bowl party I was at. Well, good thing the Chiefs have never come back from 10 points before in the Super Bowl. If anyone, we should know that they've got a chance. Kelce in that moment was way too much. He was in the wrong.
Other stuff. Did you have a favorite commercial yesterday? Now, you were at a party, so I don't know if the commercials, if you could hear things.
Yeah, there wasn't one that was.
I loved the Christopher Walken one. I thought that was hilarious, where everybody's doing the impression. He's just like, all right, yeah, I get it. I thought that was a well done commercial. Made me chuckle. Maybe laugh.
They bought them bringing back the train. The Coors Light train was cool.
That was cool.
I like that.
LL Cool J.
Yeah. Overall, the Uber Eats one I liked. The forgetful one.
Was that one Ross and?
Yeah, Ross and Rachel.
Yeah, Ross and Rachel were in it. Yeah.
I understand you're not friends, man, so didn't mean much to you. But the Usher cameo on that one too, saying that
he was in
about
8 different commercials.
Yeah, man, get your money. Playing halftime.
Yeah, but I've never seen that before. I don't remember that before, where the halftime performer was in a million commercials. Because here's what I was doing. I was watching the commercials going like, because every commercial, he had the sunglasses on. So I'm like, oh, he's definitely wearing sunglasses. And he didn't come out with the sunglasses. That was one of the bets that we were talking about. Yeah, I thought the Christopher Walken one was great. That was my favorite one. I'm trying to remember any others that really stood out.
I had a moment where I felt like I turned into my dad watching the commercials. Game goes to overtime. I'm like, whoa. Did the commercial spots, or do you have to pay? Like, is someone getting good bang for the buck here? Because is this a post-game commercial? What's the deal with this?
Can I tell you something I Googled last night?
What's that?
I Googled, has a commercial ever not run? Like where they paid the money and then somebody messed up? I couldn't find that anywhere. It's such a well-run event that probably not. But I wonder if a commercial never ran before and what kind of money they got back because of it.
One of these years, I want them to play the wrong Super Bowl gear commercial.
Yes, that'd be awesome.
Like, congratulations to the San Francisco 49ers.
That's
Go get your championship gear now. I know. It's way too much attention.
Too well-run of a program. That's
then again, though, remember they had the promo for the Super Bowl the one year that was wrong, that was put out there early.
Yeah, everybody thought the Eagles weren't going to win it or something or Blake Bortles was it. I forget what
it was. One of those things. But I remember the promo being wrong. So they've made mistakes before.
Yeah, you're right.
I kind of, and again, I don't like last year if it was the Eagles gear that I wouldn't have broken the TV, but I probably would have put, I probably would have been livid if I saw congratulations to the Eagles if the post game was going. So maybe that was also me kind of manifesting a mad moment for 49ers fans last night.
Trying to think, what are the talking points from yesterday? The halftime show was great. We already talked about that. Taylor was shown often.
Yes.
Your thoughts? I don't care, as you guys know.
Yeah,
I've talked about this already.
Good to see her celebrate. Cool to see the people that were around her. There's one guy I'm respecting that has popped into that box a number of times, and I don't know who it is.
Oh, yeah.
But he continues to get, kind of into the side, and every once in a while you see him kind of lean in and be a part of it, and he's been in the box a couple of times. I don't know what his role is.
Did you see who sat behind them in the box?
Is it not Jason?
Well, Jason was in it.
Donna?
Yeah, she was in it.
I know Miles Teller was there with wife.
Former baseball player.
Oh, CeCe.
CeCe
yes,
Sabathia.
I did CeCe was in there.
What? CeCe Sabathia find his way into the big box. I don't know if there's a connection. He probably must know somebody.
He's got to know somebody.
Yeah, I mean, how else do you all of a sudden appear in that? And then lastly, Jason Kelce. I don't know if you guys are all over social media like we are. Jason Kelce just partying the night away yesterday. He was wearing like a wrestling mask.
They are so easily going into the WWE after this is over.
Oh, yeah, it's a lock.
Yeah.
Like they'll do a tag team something. Like Pat McAfee has found his way into the ring.
They're going to be right there.
Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind. Jason Kelce, Travis Kelce at some point do the tag team thing. Lastly, during the festivities, I don't really watch the festivities because I don't want to see another team celebrate. I just saw the video this morning. Travis Kelce making the speech saying he'll be back next year.
Yeah, it was really quick. They turned it into let's go for 3.
Yeah. Remember, there was all the thought that he was going to retire. Who was it? Who was it that had the report? It was one of the it wasn't Lisa Salters. Was it Michelle Tafoya?
Yeah, it was.
Michelle Tafoya had the report that he was going to retire after the season to focus on his relationship with Taylor Swift.
I don't think.
Doesn't look like that's happening.
No. The other thing, speaking to Kelsey's, Kylie, not rocking Chiefs gear.
Yeah, going with the Cincinnati gear. Yeah. I respect that wholeheartedly.
Respect that a great deal. That was it's my favorite running bit of all of this. The fact that she won't rock anything else. I think that's a pro move.
Oh,
I think
it's incredible.
That's honestly the real Super Bowl MVP are Kelsey's family and parents, the people that raised her to be Philadelphia sports fans.
Oh, absolutely.
That's the real Super Bowl MVP.
Because
I don't care about the rest of it.
Taylor Swift's dad was rocking Chiefs gear yesterday.
I know.
He has now also been handed officially fraud tag. Mr. Swift, fraud. Officially.
Yeah, but listen, I can't fight you on this one. They're not beating the fraud
Jason Kelce allowed. It's his brother playing for that team. He's also he's a part of the he's in the NFL, and he's technically not an Eagle right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to walk this back now.
I'm okay with him wearing it. It's his brother.
No, I'm thinking about the Mr. Swift thing.
Fraud.
See, but Taylor gets the fraud because she said that she just got into football.
Yeah, no, she's a fraud. And now and the man who raised her, also a fraud.
Yeah, but this is tough. I'm trying to think in my head, if I was a father and my daughter was dating someone in the NFL, I think that's really hard for me not to support.
Red sweater.
It's really hard for me not to support.
Red sweater.
I
you don't have to go all this Chiefs gear. He was all decked out.
Yeah, but the more I think about it, I see his side on this.
Like my question. Hold on a second. This is important. This love story, baby, just say, yeah, it started this year, right? What if it started last year?
Reference.
Thank you. What if it started last year?
I mean, at some point he's got to rock the Donna Kelsey crossover, I guess.
No, Donna Kelsey crossover. She's the mother of an Eagle and a Chief. Mr. Swift is a born and raised Eagles fan. There's no family tie. The two of them could split up at any point.
They could. That's the risk you run.
So imagine this, Mr. Swift. Mr. Swift. It's Eagles Chiefs Super Bowl 57. Taylor's dating Travis because he's been pushing for this, right? What if they did start dating last year? And he shows up in a Chiefs gear? Fraud alert. Right? He's done. And then what if they, unfortunately, I love is love, right? I want people to love each other, right? I want peace. I don't want breakups. I don't want divorce. I want happy relationships.
This is something someone says before they start talking about breakups.
If they then broke up,
wow,
how would he see himself looking back at the like you scroll through your pictures, right? Through your camera phone?
Yeah, every once in a while.
Oh, man, this was a great picture of me and Taylor at Super Bowl 57. Oh, I'm wearing the Chiefs gear. It's wrong. He should not be wearing the Chiefs gear. If he's a Philadelphian and he talks about he's an Eagles fan, I don't care if I became best buds with Travis Kelce. I'm not in that suite wearing a Chiefs gear.
Yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday. I'm not wearing Chiefs gear.
Okay.
I might wear a red sweater.
I think if Travis Kelce invited you into that suite, you'd fold.
No, I would not. I would stand by my ground. I would wear a red sweater.
You wouldn't wear the Priest Holmes jersey?
No, that thing's been hung up for a long time now.
Come on.
That thing's been hung up for a long time now.
Come on. You were able to rock it once for fashion. Now you're not going to rock it for your best friend?
Yeah. Because look, I've grown up. I'm an adult now.
I'm not buying it.
I grew up before I became friends with Travis Kelce.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If Travis Kelce sent you the invitation, send it right here to the station. Say, guess what? You are going to Vegas. You are going to be in my suite. I just need you to rock some Chiefs gear.
How about this? All those commercials he's in where he wears a red 87 jersey, I'd wear that.
Oh, stop it.
I would wear generic, commercialized red 87 jersey, white letters. But I'm not rocking the Chiefs gear. Shame on Mr. Swift. That entire they're not allowed back in the area.
That's not true.
They're
allowed back at the link. And they'll sell
only when she performs, and it's good for the city.
And it'll be a second night, maybe even a third night.
No, it's shame on her. Shame on her. Shame on him. It's poor upbringing at this point. All right, so here's what we did.
I tried, Swifties. I tried. If you find this clip, just know I tried.
By the way, they're insane. I'm sorry, you Swifties out there.
Again, I tried Swifties.
You're insane. Every tweet
is not the fight you want to pick.
Oh, look how happy Taylor looks. Like, get on with your own life. My God, she's not going to talk to you ever.
This is not good.
Here you go. I literally, because the computer listens, Taylor Swift updates. Who created that Twitter account? Why are there 400,000 followers?
Now, see, Taylor Swift updates I respect more than some of the other celebrity You go down that rabbit hole, there's a lot. You know how, there's a lot of those, fill-in-the-blank player muse where, it's some person's
there's
dedicated.
a Marcus Morris one. Yeah.
That's the one that jumped to mind there. But there's players, people that dedicate their lives to players. They're like, whoa, man, you need to, go outside and touch grass. There are some celebrity updates, accounts where it's that celebrity. That's where you've attached it to. Taylor Swift, at least, is the biggest pop star in the world right now. There's some C-list celebrities with those types of accounts.
Okay.
That concern me.
All right. I find it strange.
It is strange. I mean, celebrity culture in general. But we're also strange for attaching ourselves to football teams.
Okay. Let me ask you something. I was legitimately thinking about this over the weekend as a show topic. So maybe we'll dive into this at some point later on this week. Are we the same person as a Taylor Swift superfan?
I mean, yeah, probably.
We follow everything about the Eagles.
Yeah.
Everything.
Mm-hmm.
Signings, trades.
Follow it.
Beefs.
Been there.
drama,
Always.
relationships,
Yep.
who's out in the town, what are they wearing? I mean, look, the Eagles literally post the drip when they walk in.
Drip cam
at the Sixers games. All that stuff, right? We know everything about the Eagles. Everything. We know about the freaking offensive line coach, right?
True.
Are we just as crazy as Swifties?
Yes. 100%. Listen, we talk all the time about, we travel everywhere with this team. We fill the link. We get crazy. We get routed for them. Her fans, if she's in a stadium, they're going to fill it. There are people that are going to want tickets. They can't afford tickets. They get upset about the tickets. That, we got to go follow her. The Eagles play next year in Brazil. I can guarantee you people are going to be following them down there.
So what you're saying is the people that have complained about Taylor Swift, right? I just think she's a fraud. I don't care that she's there. She's just a fraud. She's all of a sudden pretending like she never watched football before, and her dad's wearing Chiefs gear. That's a fraudulent family. I'm anti-Swift family. I'm sorry. And there's only one Swift family out of Philadelphia for me. That's DeAndre's family. Tay-Tay's out. Everybody that complained about her and complains about the amount of attention she gets, we do the same thing with the Eagles.
Yes.
And Sixers and Phillies and Flyers and Union. Wow.
Yeah, no. It's strange to attach yourself to a celebrity, but as I say that, it's also strange for us to attach ourselves to an organization the way we have.
We know everything about these organizations.
Yes.
Everything.
And the people inside them. And, it's one of my favorite Seinfeld bits. You're rooting for laundry.
Yeah.
Because people can turn on the players pretty quick, but we keep coming back for that emblem, that logo.
Now that I think about it, we're worse. I have spent more money on Philadelphia sports than I guarantee you a Swiftie has on Taylor Swift stuff.
I don't know, man.
Dude,
the Eras Tour?
How much was a ticket?
I mean, some people threw over $1,000, multi-grand.
Over $1,000. Okay.
Yeah, we've spent a lot. You're right.
How many playoff games have you gone to in the last 2 years?
Okay, yeah. Listen, this is not a me conversation.
You've spent probably close to, if not over $1,000.
Oh, definitely. I could tell you I spent $1,000 on events surrounding these games.
Right.
I have the October budget.
Are we worse than Swifties?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, my God. Dude.
We are. I mean, when you think about it. And listen, I mean, Swifties, they at least get like the album release day of their Super Bowls. We've only got one.
Yeah.
Now she's re-releasing stuff. They listen to the old music all the time. I could tell you, yesterday I was tempted. I nearly flipped on the Super Bowl highlights, but I didn't do it. Like we play the hits too.
Yeah, we do.
Do you think we could do Taylor Swift talk radio?
No.
610-632. There's got to be a medium though. There has to be podcasts just dedicated to her. The audio space. If there's not, someone's missing out here.
Oh, for sure. There probably is.
Yeah, there's got to be a lot.
It's incredible.
I can't say I've gone down that rabbit hole.
All right, one more thing from the Super Bowl before we get just sort of tie the bow on today's show. The GOAT conversation obviously continues. So I'm about to give you numbers. Mahomes v. Brady. You tell me who is the GOAT among these two. Now, obviously, Patrick Mahomes still has a lot more time in his career, but I don't think there's anything that tells me he won't reach Brady status, if not surpass it. Regular season record, head-to-head. Well, not head-to-head. Mahomes is 72-22. Brady is 70-24. So, advantage, Patrick Mahomes. Playoff record, 15-3. And by the way, this is first 6 years starting in the NFL. So let me make that clear. First 6 years. Mahomes 15-3, Brady 12-2. AFC titles, Mahomes 4, Brady 3. Super Bowl titles, they're tied now at 3 apiece. 260 touchdowns to 70 interceptions for Mahomes, 167-87 for Brady, and a quarterback rating 104.1 for Mahomes, 88.4 for Brady. So it seems like through 6 seasons as the starting quarterback, Mahomes has already surpassed Tom Brady through 6 seasons. Now, Brady, obviously, a lot more years after that. He's probably going to pass him, dude. We are watching the greatest quarterback of all time.
the most talented quarterback. Brady had 2 great careers into one. Mahomes needs to sustain this.
And one day Andy's going to be gone.
Yeah.
Right, Andy's what? He's in his 70s now, right? Like,
I mean, the conversation about retirement, I don't think is just floated out there without
something there.
Any substance of, hey, what are you hearing?
Right.
Why are they talking about Andy retiring?
Right. Well, why are they talking about Travis Kelce retiring to marry Taylor Swift?
And that's the other thing. Mahomes is going to have to withstand losing guys, and he's done that with the receiver core, especially. I saw Tyreek Hill checking in on the game, tweeting up a storm, and
by the way, Andy's only 65. He's young.
Yeah.
I mean, if he goes to what's Belichick? Belichick is 72. Right? So
72.
What if he goes another 7 years? Like,
they go another 7 years, win another 2-3 titles. Goodness.
But then
win another 2 titles.
But then, like you said, he has to then continue after Reed.
Well, it's not even continuing after Reed because that's unfair. Because I guess Brady does win 1 with Bulls, so I guess he's with Arians. Sorry,
right.
And then I guess there is a title posted. I just mean that Brady, from when he takes over till I think that I love the demarcation in the sand of like when Kellerman did the whole Brady's about to fall off a cliff. Like the stats since he said that.
And then he
goes and wins multiple more Super Bowls and does it with a different team. Like, once we get to the point where it's like Mahomes is going to fall off a cliff, if he's able to sustain that another 3, 4, 5 years, where we could, like, for over half a decade, we were talking about, is this it for Brady? And he continued to come back and deliver something for you. We're not at that point with Mahomes yet. Now, Mahomes might out-accomplish him before he even gets to that point. And in that case, congrats to you. I don't have any problems with the GOAT conversation.
I think he will.
I don't have any reason to believe he won't. But I think, the anointing thing right now, it's going to be the fun thing to do today.
Right. I got you.
Now,
But there's nothing that tells me he won't be able to.
No, there's nothing that tells you he won't be able to. My favorite thing that did come out of yesterday, if we can play the quarterback comparison game, did you see the old Aikman tweet?
Yes. Yeah, I did.
So 2019, it was an athletic story in Kansas City that said that the way they phrased it, Patrick Mahomes has thrown 36% of Troy Aikman's career touchdowns in about 8% of the games.
Right.
Aikman is also a fantastic benchmark for career touchdown passes because I believe he's right there with McNabb in terms of all-time career touchdown passes. But Aikman responded to that with talk to me when he has 33% of my Super Bowl titles. Now, Patrick Mahomes has thrown 132% of Troy Aikman's passing touchdowns and won 100% of his Super Bowls in about 58% of his career games.
Amazing. Yeah, that was a great tweet. I did see that yesterday. All right, so here's what we talked about today to tie the bow on the show. Obviously, we did some Eagles comparison with the Chiefs and 49ers because those are the 2 teams that were in the Super Bowl, and we wanted to see how close or how far off the Eagles were. And I still think the Eagles offensively are there, right? They have more overall talent than the Chiefs' offense. The Chiefs just have Patrick Mahomes. That's why you have a GOAT conversation. That's how good he is. The 49ers have a ton of talent offensively. They have a superior running back, but then, I don't know, A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, I'll go toe-to-toe with. Debo and Brandon Ayuk. And then Dallas Goedert, George Kittle, they're very comparable, right? Like, George Kittle's a stud. I would still take George Kittle over Dallas Goedert, but he's not far off, okay? Defensively, the 49ers and Chiefs are worlds ahead of the Eagles, which led to the next question. What should Howie Roseman do this offseason? What do you want Howie Roseman to do this offseason? We asked the question whether or not you wanted them to be patient and go with the youth movement or swing for the fences. Sign the big name free agents, make some trades, ignore Cap for a little bit. So we put out a poll on the midday count, 975 middays, with plenty of changes on defense expected for the Eagles. Would you prefer the Eagles go younger and be patient, or should they swing for the fences and go after big names? 58% of you said go young and be patient. That's where I'm at. I'm surprised I'm with the majority. 42% are with Ray saying swing for the fences. I just don't know if 100% of the 58% are actually willing to be patient. I don't know if that's true. Because I know what this city is like when it comes to the Eagles football. And you know that the second the Eagles lose, they could lose 42-40. It's fire Sirianni talk, right? That's going to start right away. He was already on the hot seat. So I just don't think 100% of the 58% really will be young and be patient. last thing before I get out of here, I want to give a shout out to Nick Lombardelli. He is the younger brother of my brother-in-law, Steve. My sister married Steve Lombardelli. Nick Lombardelli is a tremendous musician. I forgot to get to this earlier. He was the trombone player in the recorded version of the national anthem. So Reba actually sang, but the music you heard in the background, Nick Lombardelli, Jersey kid, right? He played the trombone, which is awesome. That's an incredible. Imagine being a musician and you get to play it in the freaking Super Bowl, right? He is my brother-in-law's younger brother, right? People were getting on me saying he's also my brother-in-law. I don't think that's the case. We'll have to figure this out tomorrow. Everybody have a great rest of your day. Best show ever next right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Chiefs go back-to-back. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Robert Half. 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring today. Robert Half is here to help. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today. Andy Reid, the Chiefs beat the 49ers 25-22 in overtime in the Super Bowl. The Chiefs won their second consecutive title and third in the last 5 years. All three of those victories featured a 10-point deficit in the Super Bowl as the Chiefs once again came from behind to beat the 49ers. The 49ers had taken the lead in overtime with a field goal to start out, but Patrick Mahomes found Mecole Hardman in the end zone for the game-winning touchdown on the ensuing possession. Mahomes threw for 333 yards and 2 touchdowns. Travis Kelce had 9 catches for 93 yards in the win. The 49ers now ringless since that 1994 season. In Eagles news, it's been reported that edge rusher Hassan Reddick has been given permission to seek a trade as he enters the last year of his contract. The incredibly productive pass rusher has had double-digit sacks in the past 2 seasons with the Birds. 76ers won over the weekend, beat the Wizards 119-113. Big game for Ricky Council. 19 points, 10 rebounds. As for Tyrese Maxey and Buddy Hield, they had 28 points and 23 points, respectively. Tonight, the team is in Cleveland to face the Cavaliers. Live call will be here on 97.5 The Fanatic at 7 o'clock. Daryl Morey was on with the John Kincaid Show earlier this morning. You can listen to that conversation one more time at 97.5thefanatic.com. I'm Ray Dunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
John Kincaid, Bob Cooney, Pat Egan. Listen for the big storylines in Philly sports that matter to you. The John Kincaid Show, weekday morning 6 to 10, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hey guys, Bob Cooney here. At FanDuel Casino, we know the only thing better than a win is a free win. And that's why they made Reward Machine, the daily free-to-play game that gives you a chance to win up to $2,000 in casino bonus. They've given away over $50 million in free bonuses already, and they're just getting started. Every day at 6 p.m., you get 3 chances to spin the Reward Machine reels. There are 3 ways to win. 1, match any 3 symbols for an instant win. 2, collect symbols each day for a chance to win weekly prizes. Or 3, win up to $2,000 if you collect 3 trophies. So what are you waiting for? Download the FanDuel Casino app by going to FanDuel.com/Bob and start playing Reward Machine today. That's FanDuel.com/Bob.
No purchase necessary. 21 plus and present in PA. Bonus issue is non-withdrawable casino-only site credit that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG.
Wawa's new Snack and Go wraps make any time snack time. These small snacks are the perfect thing for a big flavor study break, a lunch didn't cut it craving, or a post-gym pick-me-up. They fit perfectly in one hand, so really, you've got room for 2. Try a built-to-order Snack and Go wrap today with flavors like buffalo or honey hot chicken, or customize your own breaded chicken strip Snack and Go wrap. Just $2.49 each. It's the perfect thing for snack time. Gotta have a Wawa. Wawa's leveling up their rewards program. Now you can rack up points on the items you buy every day, even fuel. Boost your totals with a breakfast sizzly. Score points with your morning coffee. With Wawa Rewards, you can choose to redeem them for what you love most, like an iced latte for an extra pick-me-up. Unlock the power of choice with the new Wawa Rewards. Get the Wawa app today. Fuel rewards not available in New Jersey. See full details at wawarewards.com.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
Well, it's a patented key ingredient called Testofen. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. It's backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text Sizzle to 321321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text SIZZLE to 321321. That's Sizzle to 321321.
Hey guys, Andrew, did you know that each month we speak to a specialist as part of our Stay Well Health Chat with Virtua Health? Our partnership with Virtua means a lot to me because if I can help one of you stay well, I've done my job. This month, I had the pleasure of speaking to Dr. Darius Sholovar, an incredible electrophysiology lab director and lead physician from Virtua Health. Dr. Sholovar spoke about the #1 cause of death in the U.S., and the cause might surprise you.
The most common reason that people have cardiac arrest and die in the United States is actually not related to heart attacks or other problems with the heart. It is due to electrical short circuits of the lower chamber of the heart. And these types of problems causing cardiac arrest are the #1 cause of death in the United States, and it actually outstrips people from dying from all types of cancer when you add them up. This one type of lower chamber electrical problem.
Hear this and so many more fascinating episodes as part of our Stay Well Health Chat with Virtua Health. Go to 975thefanatic.com/Virtua, brought to you by Virtua Health.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant Cash Offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
What happened to your foot?
Slipped and fell in front of the grocery store. They hadn't even shoveled their sidewalk. Someone told me I should demand to speak to the owner.
Forget that. You should demand Rand.
What?
You know, Rand and Mike Spear, the accident lawyers. They've won over $750 million for their clients. Here, let me sign your cast.
You signed at 1-800-90-LEGAL?
That's their number. You can even start your claim online at randspear.com.
1-800-90-LEGAL. Thanks.
Get ready. This week, Staples has deals so good, you're going to want to sit down. Are you sitting? I'll wait. Great. Right now, during Staples Sit-a-thon, you can save up to $180 on select chairs. That's up to $180 off desk chairs, up to $180 off computer chairs, and up to $180 off gaming chairs. So hurry into Staples now for the Staples Sit-a-thon and grab a seat or two. Ends 3/2. In-store only. See associate for details.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Why do I go to Meineke? Because they offer same-day service. And with my busy schedule, I need my car to keep running safely.
Why do I go to Meineke? Because I get the best price for my auto repairs, and they fix everything.
Whatever your reason may be, regular maintenance, tires, brakes, batteries, exhaust systems, and more. Trust your Delaware Valley Meineke with over 50 years of doing total car care right. And for the best price.
You might think this is what a construction site sounds like, or a commercial kitchen, or a monster truck rally, but it's actually just an old What's it sound like to us? A real waste of energy. If you're looking for ways to save, Pico has energy answers, like heating and cooling rebates for switching to eligible Energy Star equipment to make your home or business more efficient, so you can save energy and money. For even more ways to save for your home or business, visit pico.com/ways to save.
WPEN and WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studios, powering possibilities. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It's 2 o'clock in Philadelphia, and time for the best show ever. On 97.5, The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. The best show ever here on 97.5, The Fanatic, NBC Sports Philadelphia. 610-632-0975 is the number to participate. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. And, we had the Super Bowl that started kind of boring, and it picked up. It picked up. Sixers did a lot of stuff, and then we got Eagles news as well. A lot to get to. Let's get right to our word of the day. And the word of the day today is wise. Wise. Because we hear over the weekend that Hassan Reddick has been granted a chance to seek out a trade. And the question is, one of the many questions and many things we're going to get to today with the Super Bowl and the Sixers and all of this, is it wise? Is it wise to make your defense less talented? I was looking at that Super Bowl last night like everybody else was. I noticed how everybody was like, I'm not watching the game. Now, maybe there was like one person who didn't watch in the world. But by all the metrics, there were plenty of people watching. More people watched the halftime show than the last couple of years. People were watching. And I'm looking at where the Eagles are and where the 49ers are. I'm looking where the Eagles are and where the Chiefs are. And I'm sorry. Is it wise to make your defense less talented at a time like this? Say what you want about Reddick, but he's good for double-digit sacks every single year. And there is no natural replacement that you know can play. So is it wise to be playing these games, or would it be wiser to just cut the check? Would it be wiser to just cut the check? Because I couldn't help when I was watching that Super Bowl but to hark back. You harken back.
You harken back.
You harken back to days of yore. Like when the Eagles were in the Super Bowl. And I start to think like, man, this Kansas City team, not as good as last year's. And yet they're back there facing a more talented team, and they're finding a way. Meanwhile, over here, I'm hearing the day before on Saturday and Sunday, the Eagles might get rid of their best pass rusher. I'm trying to find out, is that wise? Is it wise to trust Howard Roseman to do something like this? Is this the time for this kind of gobbledygook? I just have a little bit of trouble because as I watch that game, I recognize that while in theory the Eagles could just get right